Chapter 21:12. Jianchen frowned slightly. He slowly glanced past everyone present before pausing on the figure of the elven god tree for a while. In the end, he looked at the formation created by one of the illusionary branches of the elven god tree. The formation connected the strands of souls of all the people seated on the war god mountain, converting them into a wondrous energy that was channeled into the war god hall. However, Jianchen had no idea about the situation within the war god hall. He could clearly sense that the war god hall was even more powerful than the beast god hall. With his current senses, he was unable to infiltrate it at all. Jianchen stared at the shining war god hall for a while before a sliver of determination appeared in his eyes. With a single movement, he made his way towards the war god hall. The entrance to the war god hall was still open. Jianchen was rather worried about Tai Ta, so he wanted to check on Tai Ta's situation. Although the war god of the 100 races was where the faith of all the people of the 100 races rested, the formation was just far too strange. Moreover, it was controlled by a mysterious tree. Jianchen needed to be cautious. After all, the same thing had happened to the white tiger before. Sovereign Jianchen, do not approach the war god hall. The holy emperor of the 100 races all cried out as they rushed towards Jianchen in an attempt to stop him. However, Jianchen had already arrived before the entrance of the war god hall. He moved so quickly that the holy emperor could not compare to him. Sovereign Jianchen, the soul offering ceremony has been disrupted. Not only will it cause extremely severe damage to the war god, but even the 990,000 people on the war god mountain will suffer a huge backlash. It will be difficult for them to recover. Seeing that they could not catch up to Jianchen, the holy emperor immediately communicated with him as quickly as they could. Their faces were filled with worry. Jianchen paused and hesitated for a while before making his way towards the entrance of the war god hall without any hesitation. Although Jianchen felt that the war god hall was extremely powerful, the more powerful something was, the more difficult it was to control. He believed that no one present could completely control the divine hall, so they obviously could not unleash its power. The moment Jianchen made his way towards the entrance, the elven god tree suddenly moved. With a flash of green light, a branch that was several meters thick extended from the elven god tree, sealing the entrance to the war god hall. Although the branch was illusory and completely condensed from life force, it made Jianchen stop. Jianchen's eyes flickered with light. He suddenly turned around and looked at the elven god tree that reached into the clouds. His gaze gradually sharpened as if he wanted to see through the tree. "I know you're worried about the war god's safety. Don't worry, the war god holds an extremely high position in the hearts of our god race. It's not something you can imagine. We definitely won't do anything that will harm the war god." An ethereal voice rang out in Jianchen's ears. The voice belonged to a woman. It was gentle, but it was filled with a sense of dignity. Jianchen's expression immediately became stern. He expanded his divine sense in all directions while his heart was filled with vigilance. He had no idea where the voice was coming from. "You're talking to me." Jianchen looked at the figure of the elven god tree nearby and said with a heavy voice, "The soul offering ceremony is extremely important to the war god. Failure is not an option. Do not set foot in the war god hall before the ceremony is over, or not only will you not be able to help the war god, but the war god will also be injured because of you." The ethereal voice rang out again. Jianchen was still unable to find the source of the voice. With that, the branch that blocked the entrance to the war god hall was pulled back. Jianchen did not continue into the war god hall. Instead, he stood there and stared at the elven god tree. He was certain that even if the person who had spoken earlier was not the tree, they were closely related to it. "Who are you? Are you the spirit of the elven god tree?" Jianchen asked. He struggled to remain calm. He had never thought that there would be such an existence hidden among the 100 races. It was impossible for it to be a holy emperor since he could not sense where the voice had come from. In 3 days the soul-offering ceremony will end. I hope you do not interfere with the ceremony during that time, just in case it fails. The voice rang out again, ignoring Jianshan's question. All right, I'll wait here for 3 days. Jianshan left the range of the War God Mountain and waited quietly outside. However, his gaze remained fixed on the ancient tree. The holy emperor of the 100 races who did not participate in the ceremony all looked around in surprise and doubt. One of them could not hold back his curiosity and asked Jianshan politely, Sovereign Jianshan, may I ask who you're speaking to? Is there a mysterious expert here that we cannot sense? Jianshan remained silent. He understood that he was probably the only one who could hear what the obscure voice had just said. 3 days later, all the souls had been converted into the wondrous power and poured into the War God Hall. The 990,000 people of the 100 races who sat across the War God Mountain all opened their eyes. They were all pale, haggard, and extremely weak, but all of them were filled with excitement. They looked at the War God Hall with respect from the bottom of their hearts. The figure of the elven god tree vanished as well. It turned back into a branch planted in the ground and was carefully stowed away by the holy emperor of the elven race. The vitality that filled the surroundings completely vanished with the disappearance of the figure of the elven god tree. Only the golden light from the War God Hall remained as bright as before, as if it was competing with the sun. In a small half of the wasteland continent, the plants that were rapidly growing due to the vitality of the ancient elven god tree's silhouette gradually withered after the infusion of vitality was cut off. Before long, they would all turn into withered grass. Looks like the soul-sacrificing ceremony has succeeded. The ancient method recorded in the records really is correct. The holy emperor of the 100 races were all excited. This was the second time he had used this ancient method in countless years that he had obtained it from the War God Hall. Before the holy emperor of the elven race took away the branch that had conjured the figure of the elven god tree, Jianshan had checked it countless times with the senses of his soul. It's just an ordinary branch. Aside from the terrifying vitality, it has no other secrets, Jianshan thought as he could not help but think of the original body of the elven god tree. At this moment, a terrifying presence appeared from the War God Hall. Taita, who was over 3 meters tall, walked out of the divine hall step by step with golden light shining around him. He was dignified, giving off a sense of might without being angry. Jianshan looked at Taita and smiled knowingly. Seeing Taita's changes, he knew that his friend had truly matured. This maturation was not due to an increase in strength or age. It was due to his temperament. Welcome back, War God. Everyone on the War God Mountain, including the Holy Emperor, knelt towards Taita. They showed respect from the bottom of their hearts as if they were welcoming a god. Taita ignored their kneeling. He looked at Jianshan. The two of them stared at each other from outside the War God Hall and outside the War God Mountain. A few seconds later, Taita took a step and arrived before Jianshan in a single instance. He slapped Jianshan's shoulder heavily and smiled. Jianshan, I never thought you'd come to the wasteland continent to find me so soon. I was undergoing the soul offering ceremony a few days ago, so I was unable to sense the outside world. Taita was very strong. If it were not for the fact that Jianshan possessed the chaotic body and was not weak, he probably would not have been able to endure Taita's strength. The soul-offering ceremony of the 100 races is very strange. It actually requires the souls of so many people. I was worried for you before and almost barged into the War God Hall. It's good that you're fine now, Jianshan smiled faintly. The soul-offering ceremony is very strange, but it has been passed down since ancient times. It condenses the souls of 990,000 people to create the soul of the battle act. Uncle Aruejin went through this as well, said Taita. Afterwards, the imprint on his forehead began to glow. A small, golden axe flew out from the imprint, turning into a majestic, golden axe in Tai Ta's hand. Only after coming to the 100 races did I learn that my weapon can only unleash its greatest power when it fuses with its soul. The battle axe I used before only had a form, but not a soul. The soul offering ceremony before was to condense the soul of the battle axe, allowing the battle axe to fuse with its soul, Tai Ta said as he stared at the golden axe in his hand. Jianshan looked at the axe. He could clearly sense the changes to the axe. It seemed to have become alive, and the pressure it gave off actually suppressed the soul a little more. Jianshan, let's go. Let's have a good gathering in the War God Hall. Tai Ta stowed the axe away and pulled Jianshan into the War God Hall. No outsider had ever set foot in the War God Hall in all these years. Jianshan was the first. Tai Ta and Jianshan chatted for a very long time within the War God Hall. As soon as they thought about how the two of them had once been students of Kargath Academy in the Kingdom of Jessen and how they had now become sovereigns of their race, they both sighed. Tai Ta, may I ask how much you know about the Elven God Tree? Jianshan suddenly asked as he stared at Tai Ta in interest. Tai Ta thought seriously for a while before replying, I've only come to the 100 races recently, so I only have a rough understanding of the situation of each race. However, I do know a little about the Elven God Tree. It's said that the tree has existed for an extremely long time. Back when we were still living on the Beast God continent and before Uncle Ruijin was born, the Elven God Tree had already existed. It has always been a symbol of the elves. Afterwards, when we were defeated, the Elven God Tree moved from the Beast God continent to the Wasteland continent with us, turning the territory of the elves into a dense forest. It used its powerful life force to nourish the land, so it has never withered after all these years. Chapter 21:13. Afterward, Jianshan took out a portion of the ruler armaments and king armaments from his space ring and passed them to the president and grand elder. He also told them about the secret method of reviving saint weapons, as well as the experience he had gained from reviving saint weapons. Now that the President and Grand Elder had both become Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters, they possessed the ability to revive saint weapons. With their assistance, Jianshan would be under a lot of pressure. At the very least, he would be able to save a lot of time. The next attack from the world of Forsaken Saints could come at any time. What they lacked the most was time. The President and Grand Elder received the new beast fur from Jianshan like it was a treasure. They carefully held it in their hands as they became extremely excited. As for Quan Yukai and Kara Livy, they stood to one side enviously. They also felt the urge to become Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters. Jianshan hesitated slightly when he saw how excited the President and Grand Elder were. In the end, he still told them about the secret of reviving saint weapons so that they could prepare themselves mentally. Their reactions were just as Jianshan had expected. They both became stunned. However, Jianshan did not give them any time to react. With a wave of his hand, he left the artifact space and the four of them were sent away by the artifact spirit. When the President, Grand Elder, Kara Livy, and Quan Yukai returned to the Union headquarters, Jianshan had already vanished. He had already left, leaving Kara Livy and Quan Yukai dejected. Jianshan returned to Lore City in the Kingdom of Jessen first and sent his mother, Bai Yuntian, into the artifact space. The white crystal condensed from pure origin energy had not been completely absorbed by Jianshan, but it was only the size of an egg now. Mother, just stay here and cultivate in peace for the next period of time. I have a crystal condensed from Radiant Saint Force origin energy. If you can absorb all the origin energy in the crystal, you might not be able to reach Class 8, but Class 7 will be more than enough. Jianshan gently said to Bai Yuntian before passing the egg-sized crystal to her. Although Bai Yuntian was over 50 years old, she looked like she was in her 20s or 30s. She wore a gorgeous white dress, and a snow-white cloak made of animal skin trailed behind her. She was graceful and luxurious, and her bearing was kind. Bai Yuntian immediately looked at the egg-sized crystal in Jianshan's hand when she heard what Jianshan had said. She became curious before carefully accepting it. She studied it carefully and asked, Xiang'er, is this the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force? The origin energy of Radiant Saint Force was a power that could only be grasped by Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters. Although Bai Yuntian had seen this power more than once due to her special status, this was the first time she had clearly sensed its mysteries from such a close distance. That's right. Correct, this is the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force, but it's even purer than regular origin energy. Class 6 Radiant Saint Masters only need to fuse a strand of origin energy with their souls, and their souls will undergo a transformation, allowing them to reach Class 7 and condense a soul. They'll become existences on par with Saint Rulers. Mother, although you haven't reached the peak of Class 6 yet, so you can't fuse origin energy with it, the cultivation speed of Radiant Saint Force in the artifact space is several times faster than outside. If you keep the crystal by your side, your cultivation speed will increase even more. You'll reach the peak of Class 6 before long. At that time, you'll be able to absorb the origin energy in the crystal and reach Class 7, said Jianshan. Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, murmured Bai Yuntian. Bai Yuntian murmured. Her eyes were filled with yearning and excitement, but she calmed down very soon. She looked at Jianshan lovingly and gently said, Xiang'er, I'm already very satisfied and proud to see you reach such heights today. As for becoming a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, that's not important to me. You should keep this for yourself. You need it more than I do. Bai Yuntian passed the egg-sized crystal back to Jianshan. Jianshan gently shook his head and smiled. Mother, I'm already a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master. This thing is useless to me, so don't reject it. Take it and cultivate here at ease so that you can reach Class 7 as soon as possible. What? Xiang'er, you're already a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master. Bai Yuntian was immediately shocked when she heard that Jianshan had reached Class 9. She stared at Jianshan in shock as disbelief flooded her face. Just like that, Bai Yuntian temporarily settled down in the artifact space. She cultivated Radiant Saint Force according to Jianshan's wishes and did her best to reach Class 7. After settling Bai Yuntian down, Jianshan left the artifact space. The pagoda-shaped saint artifact immediately shot into Jianshan's forehead as a golden streak of light and vanished. Afterward, Jianshan returned to Flame City. Just when he wanted to return to the secret room and revive the Emperor armament as soon as possible, he suddenly received a message from Fairy Haoyue. Jianshan, please come to the Bright Moon Divine Hall for a chat. Jianshan was stunned, but he did not hesitate. With a few flashes, he silently entered the forbidden grounds of the City Lord's estate. He stood before the entrance of the Bright Moon Divine Hall. The door opened automatically and Jianshan strode in. Very soon, he vanished from the Divine Hall. It was still the same majestic hall where he had met Fairy Haoyue last time. Fairy Haoyue sat on a high throne as she looked down at Jianshan. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. She stared at Jianshan closely, as if she could see through him completely. After a long while, Fairy Haoyue sighed in amazement. I never thought that you would become a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master so soon. Even I can't help but sigh. If it weren't for the increase in strength of a Radiant Saint Master, your soul would still be at the level of a Holy Emperor. The soul core of a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master just happens to be at the same level as your soul, which is why it can fuse perfectly with your soul core, allowing your soul to reach early returnance. You must have condensed martial soul force already. Jianshan was shocked when he heard that. Only now did he understand why his soul core had fused perfectly with his soul. As it turned out, it was because his Class 9 soul core just happened to be at the same level as his Holy Emperor's soul. The two of them were at the same level, which was why they could fuse perfectly. Although his soul had reached the origin realm when he reached Class 8, That was only because of the minor success soul core. Without the minor success soul core, his soul would still be at the level of a peak holy emperor. The two of them would never truly fuse. Fairy Haoyue, may I ask what martial soul force is? Jianchen clasped his hands and asked humbly. Although Fairy Haoyue was not a Radiant Saint Master, her understanding of Radiant Saint Masters was enough for her to be the teacher of someone who had just reached Class 9. Chapter 21:14. Ouyang Yangwen's face became extremely sunken when he heard that. Although the remaining experts of the world of Forsaken Saints could still easily sweep through this world, the appearance of the Divine Hall had turned the situation around. They had originally possessed the upper hand, but now they were in such an awkward position. The Saint Emperors and all the Receival Protectors had been bound by the azure streams of light from the Divine Hall. It was impossible for them to break free. The Returnance experts, including Ouyang Yangwen, were also bound by the streams of light. With the death of a Receival Protector and Qing Jingyun's departure, the restraints on the five of them became even more intense. Originally, Ouyang Yangwen wanted to exhaust the power of the Divine Hall in Mercenary City. Once the Divine Hall ran out of energy, the people hiding within would be like turtles in a jar. They would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. At that time, not only would they be able to wipe out all the Origin Realm experts in the world in a single stroke, but the Divine Hall would also belong to them. However, Ouyang Yangwen had never thought that the situation would be the exact opposite. Not only did they fail to exhaust the power of the Divine Hall, but they had also become passive. Even the extremely confident Ouyang Yangwen felt a sliver of pressure. The azure light had strengthened, making it impossible for him to break through them. He could only use his powerful origin energy to push them apart. Not only did he have to divert a portion of his energy to stop the strengthening of the azure light, but he also had to suppress the wound on his abdomen and prevent the power of the laws of the sword from spreading through his body. Under such circumstances and facing Jianchen's sharp attacks, Ouyang Yangwen could only barely maintain the upper hand. He was no longer able to crush Jianchen in a dominating manner like before, let alone stop Tai Ta. At this moment, another miserable cry rang out. The second Receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints had died at Tai Ta's hands. His head had been chopped off by Tai Ta's axe, wiping out his soul. As soon as the Protector died, the 5 Returnance Elders from the world of Forsaken Saints immediately felt the azure light become slightly more powerful. All of their faces changed drastically, and even Ouyang Yangwen struggled to remain composed. If all the Receival Protectors were slain by Tai Ta, they would no longer be able to shoulder the burden of the Divine Hall. The azure streams of light would probably become so powerful that even Returnance Elders would not be able to break free. At that time, only death would await them. Moreover, if so many Origin Realm experts died here, the world of Forsaken Saints would not be able to bear the loss. Elder Ouyang, the situation is becoming worse and worse for us. Let's retreat first, a elder said sturdily. He glanced at the tunnel below from time to time. He had clearly made up his mind. If Ouyang Yangwen wanted to remain here, he would flee even if he had to risk offending Ouyang Yangwen. Ouyang Yangwen clearly understood the situation as well. A sliver of humiliation appeared in his eyes as he clenched his teeth. Everyone, retreat to the world of Forsaken Saints. The other elders did not hesitate at all. They immediately used their full strength to break free from the restraints of the azure light. However, they did not enter the tunnel immediately after breaking free. Instead, they all arrived beside the Receival Protectors to save them. The streams of light that trapped the Receival Protectors were clearly much weaker. They were unable to withstand a single blow from a Returnance expert. With the assistance of a few Returnance experts, all the trapped Protectors were freed in just a short while. At the same time, Ouyang Yangwen furiously bellowed out. He forced Jianchen back with a full-powered strike. He quickly swung his sword and shot out a strand of sword chi, cutting through the azure light that trapped the Holy Emperor. He took everyone back into the tunnel, returning to their world in horrible shape. The Divine Hall did not pursue them, allowing them to flee like that. If the Divine Hall continued to restrain them, they could have lost half of their experts or even all of them, but at the same time, all the Origin Realm experts supporting the Divine Hall would have used up all their Origin energy to achieve such a victory. Even their Origin energy would not have been enough to wipe out all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. Once they used up all their Origin energy in a world without Origin energy, they would not be able to recover even after several decades or centuries. Without their support, the Divine Hall's power would be drastically reduced. They would not be able to fend off the next attack from the world of Forsaken Saint. After the people from the world of Forsaken Saints retreated, the Supreme Divine Hall quickly descended from the sky. It blocked the exit of the tunnel, blocking it. The intense battle between the two worlds finally came to an end. All the survivors of the four races on the Tianyuan continent let out a sigh of relief. The joy of victory appeared on many of their faces. Many sainthood experts poured all their saint force into the Divine Hall without holding back at all, so that the Divine Hall could unleash even greater power. Many of them directly collapsed to the ground as soon as the battle ended. They had used up all their energy, and some of them had even used secret techniques to burn their essence blood. They were haggard and extremely weak. Tianjian, who controlled the Divine Hall, and the surrounding Origin Realm experts all let out a sigh of relief. Tianjian's face paled. He was not the only one. Even the surrounding Origin Realm experts paled slightly as well. The consumption of energy from the Divine Hall was just too great. Although they had only used it for a short while, all of them had used up around 50% of their Origin energy. If the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints had not retreated, they would not have been able to last much longer. I never thought that the world of Forsaken Saints would attack so quickly. Fortunately, I refined the Divine Hall left behind by City Lord Mo Tianyun in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable, said Tianjian. He felt extremely fortunate. If his Divine Hall had arrived a little later, the situation would have been completely different. I never thought that the Divine Hall would be so powerful. Even late returnance experts can't shake it. Mo Tianyun really is the greatest human expert after all. His true strength probably surpassed returnance in the past. Shangguan Mu sighed in amazement as she studied the Divine Hall. My master's strength is beyond your imagination. So what if they're returnance experts? My master can easily wipe them out with a single finger. When the war god of the 100 races attacked our Tianyuan continent in the past, he was even more powerful than that Ouyang Yangwen, but he was still easily stopped by my master. If it weren't for the fact that my master was unwilling to kill him, it would have been impossible for him to escape, Xiao Ling said proudly. Chapter 21:15. Xiongzhong took the map and slowly spread it out. This map was made from the fur of a high-grade magic beast. It clearly depicted all the mountains and rivers of this world, including all the regions of the four major races. And on this map, there were a few regions that were marked with red circles. Each region marked by a red circle occupied a small territory of the four major races. When Xiongzhong saw the regions outlined by the red circles, his eyebrows immediately furrowed, and his expression became somewhat ugly. Soon after, he passed the map in his hand to the Protector Elders beside him. Without exception, all the Protector Elders frowned when they saw the map, and their faces revealed displeasure. The contribution of our world of Forsaken Saints is so great that it's only below Sovereign Jianshan of your world, or even equivalent to Sovereign Jianshan. This is because if it weren't for the sacrifice of tens of thousands of people from our world of saints, it would have been useless even with Jianshan's existence. Are you on the path to destruction? We've protected your world and saved countless lives in your world, Yet you're only willing to give up a tiny bit of land after we've contributed so much. Aren't you going a little too far? Xiongzhong growled. He understood that the Tian Yuan continent no longer feared the world of Forsaken Saint. Under such circumstances, the only way to obtain a piece of land in this world was through negotiations other than through war. This was the only time they would be able to negotiate, so it would be very difficult for them to change their decision in the future. As a result, whether it was Xiongzhong or all the protectors and elders stationed in this world, they had already made up their minds. They would try their best to obtain as many benefits as possible while maintaining peace. This was because it would directly affect the future of the world of Forsaken Saint. It was extremely important. Houston gently coughed when he heard Xiongzhong's words. He said, "Your world of Forsaken Saints has contributed greatly to stopping the crisis of the world, but there's one thing you're wrong about. Our world is not the only one affected by the crisis. Your world of Forsaken Saints is affected as well. Our world is at the very front of the battle. Once our world fails to stop the crisis, your world of Forsaken Saints will be doomed as well. In the face of the great calamity of the world, our two worlds are grasshoppers on the same rope. We are bound together for good or ill, so I hope you don't think of yourselves as heroes who have saved our world, because we are all saving ourselves." Houston said indifferently. The expressions of all the protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints became rather ugly when they heard that. Houston's words seemed to have stripped them of all the contributions they had made in stopping the crisis of the world. Before the people from the world of Forsaken Saints could reply, Houston continued, "In reality, no matter what contributions your world of Forsaken Saints has made, there's no need for us to give you any land at all because Jianshan played a leading role in stopping the crisis. If it were not for Jianshan's treasure, you would not have been able to avoid the fate of being devoured by the crisis no matter how special your bloodline is. The reason why we agreed to give you some land after the war was to complete their final wishes so that they could rest in peace." At the negotiating table, both sides were arguing fiercely about the issue of territory. Both sides could say a lot of things, and neither side would give in to the other. Fortunately, the Origin Realm experts of both worlds were fearful of each other. As a result, although the dispute over territory was very intense, both sides intentionally controlled their emotions to avoid a situation where they would end up in a fight. What the Tian Yuan continent feared was the number of Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, as well as Xiongzhong, who had reached reciprocity. The protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints feared Shangguan on Three Saint Island. Although Shangguan was not present and Three Saint Island was millions of kilometers away from Flame City, they could cross that distance with just a single step with their strength. Very soon, the first day of negotiations came to an end. Neither side made any progress after that day of negotiations. The people from the Tian Yuan continent were determined to give up as little land as possible, while the Origin Realm protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints wanted a piece of land that they were satisfied with no matter what. Naturally, the two sides were unable to reach an agreement. The Arctic tundra was not within the territory of the Tian Yuan continent. At the same time, it was far from Three Saint Island. A golden divine hall stood silently on the tundra. All the protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints had gathered there. This world has gone too far. Our world of Forsaken Saints has contributed so much to fending off the crisis of the world, yet they call it worthless. They're only willing to give up a tiny bit of land. Our population is so great, so the tiny bit of land they've given us is nowhere near enough, a protector furiously said. The people in the hall fell silent. Their complexions were all very ugly. They had understood the Tian Yuan continent's attitude after the first day of negotiations. It would not be easy for them to take up more land in this world. It's a pity that the Spirit King isn't here, so we have to be cautious during the negotiations. We don't dare to offend the people of this world. Let's not even talk about Shangguan or secretly watching over us. There's also the even more terrifying Jianchen right above us. He's no weaker than the Spirit King. What if Jianchen suddenly emerges? An elder said with a heavy voice. His face became rather pale as he reached the end. Xiongzhong gently sighed. That's true. Although Jianchen is in seclusion, no one knows when he'll emerge. If he suddenly emerges and wants to deal with us with his strength, none of us will be able to make it back to the world of Forsaken Saints alive. I think we should delay the negotiations until the Spirit King arrives. The Origin Realm experts of the four races remained in Flame City on the Tianyuan continent. After the first day of negotiations, they gathered together once again. Only Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, and the four brothers, who did not care about the matter of land, were not present. The six of them had left after the negotiations had concluded. The world of Forsaken Saints is quite greedy. The land they want is just far too large. How can we give up such a large piece of land so easily? After all, they're not people of our world, Gui Hai Yidao said with a heavy voice. The negotiations regarding land can't be concluded in a day or two. In my opinion, let's delay the negotiations until Jianchen emerges. We can ask him for his opinion. After all, if it weren't for the fact that Jianchen possessed the strength to fend off the Spirit King, we wouldn't have the right to negotiate with the world of Forsaken Saints, Poseidon said. All right, let's delay the negotiations until my great-grandson emerges from seclusion. After all, my great-grandson has the greatest right to speak, Yang Lai chuckled. Yang Lai said with a smile. When he talked about his great-grandson, there was an unconcealable pride between his brows. Yang Lai, you seem to be afraid that we don't know that Jianchen is your descendant. Don't be so complacent, Gui Hai Yidao sneered. Gui Hai Yidao jokingly scolded from the side. He was really jealous that Yang Lai had such a heaven-defying descendant. A huge, blood-red cloud hovered in outer space. Jianchen sat within the cloud as the essence of the cloud condensed in the surroundings, turning into a red mist that was even darker in color. It permeated Jianchen's surroundings and was absorbed into his body through Jianchen's pores as he breathed. After the red mist entered Jianchen's body, it was rapidly converted into chaotic force. The rate at which it was refined was clearly much faster than before. At this moment, the chaotic Niden in Jianchen's Dantian was no longer the same as when he had just broken through to the 8th layer. His chaotic Niden slowly grew as he constantly refined the energy in the cloud. Even though the growth was very slow, every tiny bit of growth meant that he was one step closer to the 9th layer of chaotic force. I might be able to break through to the 9th layer of the chaotic body here. When I broke through to the 8th layer, my cultivation would be equivalent to going from receival to early reciprocity, skipping returnance. However, if I were to reach the 9th layer here, just what level of cultivation would my chaotic body reach? Peak reciprocity. Or will I directly reach godhood? Jianchen thought. At the same time, he was filled with eagerness. The 8th layer of the chaotic body gave him battle prowess at godhood, but that was only battle prowess. His cultivation was only at early reciprocity, but if he also reached godhood, just what level would his battle prowess reach? Chapter 21:16. Welcome, Spirit King. With Xiongzhong in the lead, all the Origin Realm elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints hurried over as soon as possible. All of them bowed towards the Spirit King politely. They had arrived very quickly. In less than a few seconds, all of them had crossed over 10 million kilometers and arrived there. The Spirit King remained indifferent. He glanced past them before raising his head to look at the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, landing on the blood-red cloud that hovered in outer space like a sharp sword. He frowned slightly. Jianchen still hasn't emerged from seclusion, the Spirit King murmured. His voice was rather heavy. He then looked at Xiongzhong and asked emotionlessly, Xiongzhong, how have the negotiations gone in the past 10 years? Xiongzhong bitterly replied, Spirit King, the people of this world have always insisted on giving us a small piece of land, which is nowhere near satisfactory. Coupled with the fact that we have Jianshan and Shangguanmu on Three Saint Island, while we don't have the support of the Spirit King, we've been holding back during the negotiations. We haven't dared to fall out with the people of this world, so we haven't made any actual progress in the past 10 years. If that's the case, let me talk to the people of this world, the Spirit King said emotionlessly. His voice was rather cold. At this moment, the space nearby gently pulsed. Soon after, all the Origin Realm experts of the 4 races appeared. They all clasped their hands towards the Spirit King sternly. After appearing, they all clasped their hands towards the Spirit King. They had no choice but to come. At the very least, there was no one here. It was better than the Spirit King personally coming to Flame City. You've come at the perfect time. Let's end the negotiations that have gone on for 10 years today. Xiongzhong, hand over the map of your territory to them, said the Spirit King. Yes, Spirit King, Xiongzhong politely replied. He casually tossed a map to the Origin Realm experts of this world. Big baddie. Xiaoling murmured to herself as she glared at the Spirit King viciously. Even though the Spirit King had once fought alongside the people of this world during the crisis of the world, Xiaoling could never forget the huge demonic figure the Spirit King had created when he attacked the barrier beneath Mercenary City. She had been quite frightened back then. The piece of paper that Xiongzhong had tossed out hovered beside the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent. The Origin Realm experts all revealed troubled expressions. None of them extended their hands to catch the piece of paper. Spirit King, there's no need to rush this matter. We'll discuss it after Jianshan returns. What do you think? At this moment, a beautiful voice rang out. Shangguanmu had also hurried over from Three Saint Island. She stood in the air with the simple zither of the demonic cry in her arms. She was stern. If Jianshan were present, I would obviously discuss it with him. Since he's still in seclusion, you people are enough to decide on the matter of territory in this world. It's the same if I discuss it with you, said the Spirit King. The Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent's world all revealed rather ugly expressions. They did not possess the strength to negotiate with the Spirit King, let alone protect their interests. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of survival in this world. If the Spirit King wanted to start a war with them, if he was a vicious person, it was possible for the Spirit King to personally kill them if they angered him during the negotiations. After all, the only person who could contend against the Spirit King, Jianshan, was not present. If the Spirit King really did move against them, only death would await them. Even Shangguanmu would not be able to escape. Just as the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent had no idea what to do, a voice suddenly rang out from outer space. Shenjian, why don't we discuss the matter of territory after I emerge from seclusion? It's not like your world of Forsaken Saints has been here for countless years already, so there's no need to rush. Jianshan. It's Jianshan. That's Jianshan's voice. Jianshan has finally spoken. So he's concerned about the Tian Yuan continent as well. The Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent all rejoiced when they heard Jianshan's voice. They all let out a sigh of relief inside. Unknowingly, Jianshan seemed to have become their pillar of support. In particular, Jianshan had become their pillar of support against the Spirit King. The Spirit King stared at outer space as his eyes shone brightly. He said emotionlessly, Jianshan, if you enter seclusion for 1,000 years, do I have to wait for you here for 1,000 years? And are you going into seclusion right now because you want to obtain an even greater bargaining chip in the upcoming negotiations? 1,000 years won't be that long. I'll emerge from seclusion in 10 years at most. Shenjian, I understand you, and you understand me as well. Whether my strength increases or not, it won't affect the final outcome of the negotiations. It's all thanks to your clansmen from the world of Forsaken Saints that we were able to avert the crisis of the world this time. I admire the valiant sacrifice of your clansmen, so I will definitely help them complete their final wishes so that they can rest in peace. This is my promise to you, as well as to the valiant sacrifices of the forsaken saints." The light in the Spirit King's eyes flickered. He said, "All right, seeing that we know each other, I'll wait for you for another 10 years. I'll come back in 10 years. With that, the Spirit King returned to the world of forsaken saints with Xiongzhong and the others. Aside from him and Jianchen, no one else understood what he was implying. Only he and Jianchen understood what he was implying. The Origin Realm experts of the world of forsaken saints all exhaled deeply when they saw the Spirit King lead all the Origin Realm experts back to the world of forsaken saints. They completely calmed down. They felt like they had almost suffocated from the Spirit King's suppression earlier. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed since the agreement between Jianchen and the Spirit King. A total of 18 years had passed since Jianchen had entered seclusion in the blood-red cloud. 18 years was quite a long period of time to ordinary people. It was enough for a child to grow up, but to sainthood and Origin Realm experts who had long lifespans, 18 years was just a short period of seclusion. The blood-red cloud hovering in outer space did not disappear, but its volume had shrunk rapidly. It was not even a tenth of its original size. In particular, the ripples of energy within the blood-red cloud had become extremely weak. Jianchen sat in the blood-red cloud as he cultivated. After absorbing the terrifying energy from the cloud, his Niden had matured to a limit. This was the limit of the 8th layer of the chaotic body. At this moment, Jianchen's body suddenly shook violently. Afterward, the last strand of pure energy in the blood-red cloud was refined. His chaotic Niden had finally reached its limit and loudly shattered. Chapter 21:17. Afterwards, Jian Chern experienced the pain of shattering his core to refine his body again. It was the same experience, the same pain. This was the 9th time he had experienced it. He had already accumulated a wealth of experience from shattering his core to refine his body the previous 8 times, so the 9th time was a walk in the park for Jianchen. It was as easy as lifting a finger. As Jianchen's chaotic force gradually strengthened, a vast and terrifying presence radiated from his body. It caused the entire cloud to churn violently. The presence even expanded beyond the cloud, filling the surrounding space. It caused the space there to distort violently as stars flickered. Cracks even appeared in the space several dozen meters away from Jianchen. The cracks were formed from the crushing of space by Jianchen's presence. At this moment, Jianchen's presence was so vast and powerful that it had completely surpassed early reciprocity or even mid-reciprocity. Even late reciprocity experts would struggle to match it. It had surpassed the limits of what this world could endure long ago. At the same time, his presence continued to climb. What Jianchen had done in outer space was naturally unable to escape the attention of the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent. At that moment, all of them raised their heads at the same time. They looked at the floating, blood-red cloud in outer space. What a terrifying presence! Has Jianchen broken through again after 18 years of seclusion? Tai Ta sighed in amazement as he cultivated in the War God Hall. With a flash, he vanished from the War God Hall. Gui Hai Yidao, Yang Lai, and Feng Xiaotian gathered together on the Tian Yuan continent. Gui Hai Yidao stared at outer space with mixed feelings and said, Jianchen was already extremely powerful. He no longer feared the Spirit King, yet he's actually broken through again. I really wonder just how shocking his strength will be after breaking through. What terrifying talent, Feng Xiaotian murmured as shock filled his face. He's actually broken through again. My great-grandson sure is impressive. However, his strength has increased so quickly in the past few years that I hope it won't leave behind any side effects and cause his foundation to become unstable. Yang Lai laughed aloud. His face was filled with pride, but there was also a sliver of worry. Jianchen's strength had increased far too quickly. Even Yang Lai, who had lived for so long and experienced so many storms, found it rather difficult to bear with such a rate of growth. Fantastic! Big Brother has become stronger again. You don't have to worry about that bad guy anymore. That bad guy is no longer Big Brother's opponent. Xiao Ling clapped her hands as she bounced around. She was extremely excited. Xiao Jin and the White Tiger, who were also in Flame City, smiled happily as well. All the Origin Realm experts of the Tian Yuan continent gathered 100 kilometers away from the blood-red clouds in outer space. It was almost 10 years away from the negotiation with the Spirit King. If Jian Chun could break through at this time and reach a new level, it would be of great significance to the negotiation. All the Origin Realm experts hovered in the distance. They did not approach the blood-red cloud. They waited there quietly for Jianchen to emerge. They knew that Jianchen was about to emerge. Several days later, Jianchen's presence slowly receded within the blood-red cloud. He gradually calmed down, and the fist-sized chaotic Niden in his dantian shrank to the size of a bean once again. It had shrunk, but the chaotic force within it was clearly much more powerful than the 8th layer. Jianchen smiled. Originally, he thought that reaching the 8th layer of the chaotic body would be his limit in this world, but he had never thought that the evil spirit would actually leave him with a fortuitous encounter after the crisis of the world was averted, allowing his chaotic body to reach the 9th layer. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. However, at this moment, Jianchen's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, a ruthless presence suddenly radiated from his body. There was also a sense of destruction and evilness within it. His eyes became red at that moment, and even his hair rapidly turned from black to blood-red. As a result, Jianchen seemed to be filled with evilness, like a demon. At this moment, Jianchen felt like his consciousness had become blurry. All that remained in his heart was endless slaughter and destruction. It was as if he had become an existence that only knew slaughter and destruction. He did not fear the heavens or the earth. He would kill gods and destroy Buddhas if gods stood in his way. He had no feelings or pity at all. Crack! With an almost undetectable sound, a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the bean-sized chaotic Niden in Jianchen's dantian. The cracking of the Niden was accompanied by intense pain. The pain made Jianchen shudder, and he suddenly roused. The redness in his eyes gradually receded, and his hair, which had almost turned blood-red, returned to its original black color. Even though Jianchen's change had only lasted for a few seconds, the Origin Realm experts who were still waiting outside sensed the sudden change in his presence. What is this presence? It's so terrifying. Has the origin energy of the crisis still not been destroyed? Poseidon asked with a heavy voice. Everyone gathered there became extremely stern. Did something happen to Jianchen during his cultivation? Feng Xiaotian asked with a heavy voice. Everyone's faces became very ugly when they heard that. Even though they were doubtful, none of them dared to enter the blood-red cloud to check. They were not as powerful as Jianchen and the Spirit King. Even though the cloud had weakened, it still posed a certain level of threat to them. Most importantly, Jianchen was still in seclusion. They were afraid that they would disturb Jianchen if they barged in. Within the blood-red cloud, Jianchen became stern. He had sensed the changes that had occurred to him earlier as well. Coupled with the crack on his chaotic Niden, all of this indicated that he had encountered some problems with reaching the 9th layer of the chaotic body. Jianchen stared at the blood-red cloud and said with a heavy voice, "It looks like the energy from the crisis of the world can't be absorbed so easily. After all, the crisis of the world is a special existence that even the laws of the world can't do anything about. Even if I cultivate the chaotic body, it'll still cause me some trouble because the crisis of the world is even more powerful than I am right now. If my strength was far greater than the crisis of the world, I believe I wouldn't have any problems absorbing the energy. I'll be able to refine it easily. However, I need to understand just what kind of problems I've left behind so that I can think of a way to deal with them." Jianshan immediately checked his body. Although the chaotic Niden in his dantian had cracked, he did not pay too much attention to it. His chaotic Niden was not perfect and had affected his strength, so he could only use 80% of it. However, even then, it was still much more powerful than when he was at the 8th layer of the chaotic body. What he truly cared about was the change in his consciousness earlier. This was what scared Jianshan. Chapter 21:18. Jianshan carefully inspected his body several times, not missing a single corner. In the end, he finally discovered something different in his soul because there was a speck of blood-red light that should not have existed in his soul. The blood-red light was very dim, having silently fused with his soul. It was very difficult to discover its existence if he did not pay attention to it. The speck of red light did not pose any threat to Jianshan. It had silently fused with his soul, so Jianshan failed to sense it at all. It did not cause any discomfort to Jianshan at all. So this is the main culprit. A cold light flickered through Jianshan's eyes as his face became extremely sunken. He carefully thought back to every single detail during his 18 years of seclusion and understood very soon that he had not completely refined the evil presence within the energy of the blood-red clouds. Although the energy had all been converted into the chaotic body in the end, the evil presence that had not been completely refined had silently seeped into his soul. Although this speck of red light filled with negative emotions can affect my mind at certain times, it's not enough to make my chaotic Niden crack. Looks like my chaotic Niden has some flaws and is incomplete. At the end of the day, it's still because I'm too weak. If I refine the power of the blood-red clouds at the 9th layer or even the 10th layer of the chaotic body, this might not have happened, Jianshan thought. A vicious light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. With a thought, the 2 pieces of primordial god silk appeared on his wrist. I need to deal with the problems in my soul immediately, or the consequences will be unthinkable if my mind is affected at some point in time. The red light in my soul comes from the energy of the crisis of the world, so the power of the primordial god silk is the best counter for destroying it, Jianshan thought. With a thought, the 2 pieces of primordial god silk turned into a golden streak of light and disappeared into Jianshan's forehead. It had entered his sea of consciousness. Jianshan had not refined the primordial god silk in the past, so he could only keep it in his space ring for a very long time. However, he had refined it now that the primordial god silk was fending off the crisis of the world. As a result, not only could the primordial god silk hide in his body, but he could even control it to enter his sea of consciousness without any difficulty. Although there was not much power left in the primordial god silk, there was still a little left. This time, Jianshan used the last strand of power without any hesitation in an attempt to destroy the speck of red light in his soul. Fortunately, the primordial god silk was under Jianshan's complete control now. Coupled with the fact that the power of the primordial god silk was basically harmless aside from countering the crisis of the world, Jianshan did not have to worry about the power of the primordial god silk harming his soul. However, Jianshan's heart sank very soon. He discovered that not only was the power of the primordial god silk unable to destroy the speck of red light in his soul, but it also posed no threat to the speck of red light at all. Oh no, this speck of red light comes from the power of the calamity of the world, but the power of the calamity of the world has changed as I refined it. This change has allowed it to break free from the restraints of the primordial god silk. Now, the power of the primordial god silk is no longer a threat to it, Jianshan muttered to himself. Jianshan's face became extremely sunken. The joy he felt from breaking through to the 9th layer completely vanished. He really did not dare to imagine what would happen if his mind was affected one day and he went on a killing spree on the Tianyuan continent. Jianshan could not help but shiver as he became covered in cold sweat. This time, he felt a chill run down his spine. His entire soul trembled in fear. At the same time, Shangguan Mu or Shangguan Aojian, Yu Huang Luan, Chongyang Ba by Yuntian, Chong Wuji, Dugafeng, Qin Shao, and so on. All these familiar figures flashed through his mind, causing his face to become even paler. Not only were his wives and children on the Tianyuan continent, but there were also his parents as well as many friends he had gone through thick and thin with. Jianshan did not leave the blood-red cloud. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During those 3 days, he had thought of many ideas and tried many things, but he was unable to do anything about the speck of red light in his soul. This was because the speck of red light had already fused with his soul, as if it had become part of his flesh and blood. It was impossible to get rid of it. Without any other ideas, Jianshan could only awaken the sword spirits that had slumbered in the azulate swords for 18 years. Master, if we had recovered our energy, we would have been able to get rid of the problem in your soul without any difficulty. But right now we're powerless, Xing said helplessly. Master, there's actually no need for you to worry so much. As long as you don't suffer too much and keep your mind clear, you don't have to worry too much about your mind being affected. And before you deal with the problem in your soul, Xing and I can take turns protecting you. Once you show signs of being affected, we'll be able to wake you up in time, Jianshan said. Now that Jianshan's strength had increased, Xing and Qing Suo, who had yet to recover, could barely provide any help to Jianshan. As a result, Xing and Qing Suo fell silent after dealing with the crisis of the world. They entered seclusion like fighters to recover their strength as quickly as possible. Jianshan sighed gently. That's all we can do right now. Looks like I can only find a way to deal with the problem in my soul after I go to the saint's world. At the same time, if I want to continue increasing my chaotic body, I'll need to go to a higher world. As for my chaotic Niden, it's the source of my power. It's not as fragile as my soul, so it won't be difficult to repair it. It'll just require a large amount of energy. Even if the chaotic Niden hides some things that haven't been completely refined, they'll all be slowly eliminated as my chaotic body progresses in the future. The only thing that will be affected is that I won't be able to use my full strength. Jianshan emerged from the blood-red cloud where he had stayed for 18 years. When he appeared in outer space filled with resplendent starlight, he had completely calmed down. He acted like nothing had happened. Big brother, you've finally emerged. As soon as Jianshan appeared before all the Origin Realm experts in this world, Xiaoling cried out in excitement. She directly threw herself into Jianshan's arms. Jianshan gently hugged Xiaoling's shoulder with a smile. A sliver of uncontainable affection appeared in his eyes. Although Xiaoling had lived for over 1,000,000 years, Jianshan had always treated Xiaoling as his own sister. When he was still weak, Xiaoling had assisted him more than once, saving his life. Now that his strength had reached the peak of this world, he would be the one to protect Xiaoling in the future. Jianshan, have you broken through again? And 3 days ago, we suddenly sensed an extremely powerful, brutal presence. I wonder what happened, Poseidon asked in concern. His face immediately became rather stern when he reached the end. Shangguan Mur Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, Feng Xiaotian, the 4 brothers, Tai Ta, and all the other Origin Realm experts stared at Jianshan with interest. Jianshan was the pillar of support for this world. He was the only sovereign who could fend off the Spirit King. Whether his strength had increased again would naturally affect everyone present. This was because the more powerful Jianshan was, the more confident they would be when they faced the world of Forsaken Saints. On the other hand, if Jianshan's strength decreased due to some accident and became weaker than the Spirit King, their world would be in an extremely disadvantageous position in the upcoming negotiations. It was even extremely likely that they would be defeated when the 2 worlds began fighting again. Thank you for everyone's concern. After 18 years of seclusion, my strength has indeed increased. If I want to fight the Spirit King now, he won't be my opponent unless the Spirit King has formally reached godhood, Jianshan said calmly. Although there was a crack in his chaotic Niden, which limited him to 80% of his strength, it was still much more powerful than when he was at the 8th layer of the chaotic body. More importantly, breaking through to the 9th layer had not only strengthened his chaotic force, but his chaotic body as well. According to Jianshan's estimates, the 9th layer of the chaotic body had surpassed late reciprocity and reached godhood. The chaotic body at godhood was unbelievably powerful. No one below godhood could get through the defenses of his chaotic body. Even if he stood there without dodging, those below godhood would not be able to injure him at all. Although the Spirit King's battle prowess had reached godhood and could injure him, it would only be a few superficial wounds. Everyone calmed down when they heard Jianshan's words. They all smiled at ease. Jianshan looked at Shangguan Mu. With a single step, he arrived before her. Looking at her beautiful face, Jianshan said guiltily, "Has Aojian been well in the past few years?" Shangguan Mu met Jianshan's eyes. Ripples appeared in her eyes as she said calmly, "Aojian is very well. He just misses you a little. You can go see him when you're free." With that, Shangguan Mu turned around and left, returning to 3 Saint Island. Poseidon, Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Guihai Yidao glanced past Jianshan and Shangguan Mu deeply. They smiled slightly. Although Shangguan Aojian's true identity had not been exposed, the 4 of them had already discovered the truth through some clues. Poseidon was the first person to learn the truth. Xiaoling arrived beside Jianshan and asked curiously, "Big brother, who's Aojian? Is he the young island master of 3 Saint Island, Shangguan Aojian?" "Oh right, the young island master has many, many violet cloud peaches on him. Did you give them all to him? You're so biased," Xiaoling pouted unhappily. Chapter 21:20. The stars evolved into the great Tao, and the sun and moon multiplied. The strong dominated the world, becoming the emperor and emperor. Yi Chunfeng carried the mysterious golden blood, fused with the God-Eater brain, and inherited the ancient immortal will. With a single thought, 10,000 bones would wither, and with a single sword, he could level the seas. With one sword, he could rampage through the 8 wastelands, and his aura towered over the heavens. He had become the sword god of the 8 wastelands. Chapter 21:21. Over 30 overgods struck out together, and the ripples of energy had already turned into terrifying storms. Only other overgods could remain in the storm. As for gods, they had already retreated to several hundred kilometers away. Even though they were several hundred kilometers away, there were still many gods who did their best to stop the storm, which was why they were able to remain there. However, there were 2 exceptions in the space. One of them was a handsome young man in white robes. The young man held a fan in his hand as he smiled frivolously. He stared at the overgods who destroyed the formations with interest. The young man was clearly only a god, but he was as steady as a mountain in the storm of energy from over 30 overgods. The powerful shockwaves did not even manage to raise a single strand of his hair. At a closer glance, it was not difficult to discover that the shockwaves that made all the gods retreat were unable to get within 3 meters of the young man at all. Behind the young man stood a burly man with a strong back and a bare waist. The burly man appeared extremely ordinary, just like an ordinary person. However, he was able to stand in the air. The energy ripples that raged in the sky were unable to reach a radius of 10 feet around the burly man. As a result, only the area where the young man with the folding fan and the large man were in was calm. The rest of the area was like a surging ocean. Naturally, all the overgods gathered there saw the 2 of them. They directly glanced past the young man and landed on the burly man behind him. Their eyes all narrowed. This was because they were unable to tell the burly man's cultivation level. In their eyes, the burly man was just an ordinary person who did not cultivate. However, they did not underestimate the burly man. Instead, they became fearful. All of them paid close attention to the 2 of them. Although they knew that the burly man had used a secret technique to hide his strength, the fact that he could stand there meant that his strength was extraordinary. However, The young man's next action made the faces of all the overgods darken slightly. The young man had actually set up a table several thousand meters in the air. The table was filled with various delicacies, and the young man sat before the table as he watched them destroy the entrance to the divine King Duanmu's dwelling with great interest. He began to eat and drink heartily. He was extremely satisfied. The burly man quietly stood behind the young man, as if he was a guard. "Uncle Chin, how long do you think it'll take for them to open the entrance?" the young man asked with interest as he smiled faintly. "Duanmu has some accomplishments with the laws of space. He has hidden the entrance to the dwelling in outer space, so it's indeed difficult to discover. However, they already know the exact location of the entrance. As for how long it'll take, that's difficult to say. If they just force the entrance out of outer space, it'll be much simpler. All they need to do is destroy the stability of the space here, and the entrance will naturally appear," said the burly man known as Uncle Chin. "Uncle Chin, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on how long it'll take for them to force the entrance out of outer space. I'll bet that they won't be able to do it within 3 years. The young man said to the burly man as he ate the delicacies slowly. "No." The burly man directly declined. He was straightforward and decisive. "How boring," the young man shook his head. The bet immediately became less interesting. Although the young man and the burly man's conversation did not spread, the overgods could roughly guess what they were talking about from the way they mouthed. It made all of their faces become rather sunken. "Who are the two of them?" "I don't know. I've never seen them before. As a matter of fact, I've never heard of them before. However, they're probably overgods since they can withstand the shockwaves of energy so easily. The young man is only a mid-god, and he hasn't even used his full strength. The shockwaves weren't blocked by him. It looks like it came from the person behind him." A few overgods communicated with each other secretly. Without a doubt, the young man's scornful actions had angered all the overgods present. It was fine if he just wanted to watch from the side. He was not the only one who wanted to watch from the side. There were even more gods further away, but now that he had brought out a table full of delicacies, the situation had completely changed. This was no longer an attitude of watching and learning. They were just watching a show. Although they felt resentful, the overgods dared not go up to cause trouble. They could already tell that the burly man whose strength they were unable to discern was only a follower or guard. Even his follower and guard were so powerful, so it was extremely likely for him to be an overgod. They could not afford to offend an organization like that. Even if he was not an overgod and was only a late god, they could not afford to offend someone who could make a late god act as a follower or guard. Perhaps because he sensed that more and more overgods had noticed him, the young man opened his hand, and the fan in his hand immediately unfurled. He fanned himself leisurely and smiled. "There's no need to look at me. I've come to eat, drink, and play. I won't get in your way. Continue." Faced with so many overgods, the young man remained composed even though he was only a god. However, his appearance only confirmed the guesses of the overgods. "Ignore him. Let's continue," an overgod said with a sunken face. Everyone could tell that the young man had quite the background. The 30-odd overgods continued to force their way out of the dwelling. Rumbles constantly rang out. Time passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had already passed. 4 formation discs shone with dazzling light within the divine King Duanmu's dwelling, supporting a region of space. They were extremely eye-catching in the dwelling. The region covered by the formations engraved on the 4 formation discs was where Shen Jian, Jianshen, Mo Ling, and Ando Fu cultivated. Unknowingly, they had already spent 5 years there. However, at this moment, a powerful sword qi suddenly appeared from the formation disk that Jianshen resided in. The formation disk that could withstand the attacks of gods could not even last for a few seconds before the sword qi. It shattered, and the entire formation disk shattered, revealing Jianshen. A finger-sized sword chi hovered above Jianshan's head. It shone with a threatening light, and just the sword intent from it shattered the formation disc. As the sword intent expanded, even the formation that protected Mo Ling, Ando Fu, and Shen Jian began to tremble violently. The formation collapsed at a visible rate, startling Shen Jian, Mo Ling, and Ando Fu back to their senses. In the next moment, the sharp sword intent vanished. The tiny sword chi that hovered above Jianshan's head vanished completely, returning to Jianshan's soul. Jianshan opened his eyes slowly as he smiled. The second strand of profound sword chi had finally been condensed. Chapter 21-23. The full moon was extremely bright, enveloping Fairy Haoyue with its pure moonlight. Fairy Haoyue was filled with a sense of holiness as she bathed in the pure, white moonlight. She was like a fairy of the moon that had been born under the moonlight. She seemed otherworldly, untainted by the mortal world. She gave off an ethereal aura from her entire body. However, beneath Fairy Haoyue's picturesque appearance was an icy cold, killing intent. The full moon above her head suddenly shone brightly, and an extremely thick pillar of light shot out with lightning speed, enveloping all the overgods. The overgods who charged towards Fairy Haoyue did not take Fairy Haoyue's attack seriously at all. After all, with Fairy Haoyue's cultivation, it was impossible for a mere late god to pose any threat to them. Even if she used powerful battle skills, she would only be able to make early overgods take her seriously at most. However, when the pillar of light from the moon was about to envelop them, the overgods were unable to remain composed anymore. All of their expressions changed drastically at that moment. Shock filled their faces. The energy contained in the light pillar formed by the light of the moon was indeed nothing to them, but it contained a very powerful power of law. At that moment, all the overgods were enveloped by the layer of moonlight. All of them immediately felt their bodies freeze up. They were all frozen in the same posture as they were enveloped by the moonlight. It was as if they had been immobilized, unable to move at all. What is this ability? I'm actually unable to move. How is this possible? The overgods were shocked. They immediately circulated the origin energy within them as hard as they could to break free from the restraints of the moonlight. At the same time, strands of the power of laws condensed, turning into chains of laws that attacked the restraints of the moonlight. Fairy Haoyue paled after using the move. A sliver of weakness appeared on her face, but she did not hesitate at all. She drifted down and arrived before a late overgod with lightning speed. She directly extended a finger towards his forehead. Even though the late overgod was trapped, he could still use the dense origin energy within him. Powerful origin energy erupted from his body, forming a barrier around him. At the same time, he used the power of laws to attack Fairy Haoyue. However, all his defenses were useless before Fairy Haoyue's finger. His power of laws dispersed, and the origin energy around him collapsed in a single moment. Fairy Haoyue's finger directly pierced his forehead with a sliver of moonlight force, wiping out his soul on the spot. However, Fairy Haoyue became even paler after killing the late overgod. She seemed even weaker. However, she did not stop there. Her eyes were cold as she continued to extend her finger towards a second late overgod. Spurt. The second late overgod was easily slain by Fairy Haoyue under everyone's gazes. Even though Fairy Haoyue was only a late god right now, killing late overgods was as easy as crushing ants for her. The late overgod was unable to fight back at all. However, Fairy Haoyue had taken a very heavy toll on the battle. She seemed even weaker after killing 2 late gods in a row. She even seemed slightly haggard. With that, all the overgods paled. Their gazes towards Fairy Haoyue were filled with fear. However, they were helpless as they were trapped there. They were unable to move at all. They could only watch helplessly as Fairy Haoyue killed her way over like the god of death. They were completely reduced to sitting duck. Fairy Haoyue's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and extended her finger a third time. To no surprise, her target was Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of needles. As he watched Fairy Haoyue's finger draw closer and closer, he became extremely worried. He was filled with unprecedented fear. With his body trapped, he was unable to move at all. Let alone fight back, he could not even dodge. If you kill me, Jianchen is dead for sure. In his desperation, Yang Kai mentioned Jianchen. Even Yang Kai knew that his words were completely baseless. As a matter of fact, they could be described as childish and laughable. This was because Jianchen had been saved long ago. He was not here at all. Moreover, Jianchen's 2 strands of profound sword qi were so powerful that even Yang Kai feared them very much. However, he could not think of anything else apart from using Jianchen's name right now. As expected, Fairy Haoyue's fingers suddenly paused when she heard Yang Kai's words. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai bellowed out. Origin energy surged out from him, and he finally broke through the restraints of moonlight force with the other overgods. He directly threw a punch at Fairy Haoyue. At the same time, the overgods behind him launched their attacks at Fairy Haoyue as hard as they could. They could already tell that Fairy Haoyue was currently weak from her appearance. They were certain that it was impossible for Fairy Haoyue to continue using such powerful abilities. Sigh, my soul is too weak. I can't use all my comprehension of the laws of the world. Even if I use the least energy-consuming moves, I can't last for long. Fairy Haoyue sighed inside. She did not take on the overgods forcefully. With a wave of her hand, she swept up the space rings of the 2 late overgods and directly flew towards the entrance of the dwelling. Over half of the overgods pursued relentlessly from behind. They constantly sent strands of sword qi towards Fairy Haoyue. The sword qi struck the rocks in the surroundings of the dwelling and produced endless booms. They could already tell that Fairy Haoyue was at the end of her rope. She no longer possessed the might to kill the 2 late overgods so easily. As for the remaining overgods, they were all stunned by how Fairy Haoyue had killed the 2 late overgods. They did not dare to continue the chase. To no surprise, Yang Kai was one of them. He glanced past the 2 late overgods as his forehead became covered with cold sweat. So close. Just a little more and I would have died here, thought Yang Kai. He stared in the direction that Fairy Haoyue had left in with lingering fear. He seemed rather dejected. Clearly, he had already given up on Duanmu Divine King's space ring. At this moment, Jianchen's face suddenly changed outside the Divine King's dwelling. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the Divine King's dwelling. The disturbance from the Divine King's dwelling was just too great. Let alone Jianchen, who was outside, even a few gods could sense the great booms from the dwelling. Chapter 21-24. Fairy Haoyue has successfully condensed a body? Jianchen looked towards the entrance of the Divine King's dwelling, and he immediately beamed. However, he frowned in the next moment, and he became extremely stern. He could already see Fairy Haoyue fleeing up ahead with a pale face. Many overgods pursued her murderously. Jianchen's face sank. He looked at the huge teleportation formation that had silently been created outside the dwelling, and a cold light flickered through his eyes. They were filled with cold killing intent. The teleportation formation was formed by cultivators of varying strength in a special way. It seemed disorderly, but only those who had some understanding of formations or those who were familiar with teleportation formations would be able to see through it. As a result, basically no one apart from Jianchen discovered the teleportation formation outside the dwelling. However, as Fairy Haoyue fled from the Divine King's dwelling, the people who had cast down the teleportation formation became restless. Clearly, they wanted to activate the formation and send Fairy Haoyue away as soon as she appeared. Don't panic. Follow my orders. An old voice entered the ears of the cultivators who had arranged the transmission array. This voice could only be heard by the cultivators who had arranged the transmission array. The person who spoke was an extremely ordinary-looking young man hidden in the crowd. The young man did not display much strength either. He was only an early deity. His strength was nothing special outside the divine king's dwelling that was filled with experts. Coupled with how ordinary the young man was, no one paid any attention to him. However, the young man's eyes shone with an extremely bright light at this moment. He stared at the divine king's dwelling eagerly and excitedly as he thought, "Fight, fight. Make it even more intense. It's best if both sides become heavily injured. Only then will it suit the old man's intentions." The divine king's belongings are fated to be the old man's. No one can take it from the old man. The young man slowly extended his right hand. A yin-yang 8 trigrams disc quietly appeared in his right hand, which was covered by his wide sleeves. The rumbles from the divine king's dwelling became even more intense. Fairy Haoyue rapidly approached the entrance. Even the gods, deities, and origin realm cultivators outside the dwelling could see her clearly. Immediately, quite a few people began to retreat rapidly, distancing themselves from the entrance of the divine king's dwelling. They were afraid that they would be struck by the remnant energy of an over-god and suffer an unexpected calamity. However, there were still quite a few people who did not choose to retreat. They remained where they were, and to no surprise, these people included the cultivators who had cast down the teleportation formation. "Get ready." The young man in the crowd became nervous as well. He communicated with all the people who had cast down the teleportation formation. They had reached a critical moment now. Success or failure would depend on this single move. Finally, under everyone's gazes, the white-clothed fairy Haoyue flew out of the divine king's dwelling as she was enveloped by a layer of moonlight. "Activate the formation." It was also at this moment that the young man basically bellowed out to the people who had cast down the teleportation formation. At the same time, he tossed the 8 trigrams disc in his hand into the air. Immediately, a bright white light surged into the sky. The huge teleportation formation outside the dwelling had been activated. It shone brightly as terrifying energy swept through the surroundings, causing the expressions of all the people outside to change. "It's a formation. It's a formation. Someone has actually cast down such a powerful formation outside the dwelling without anyone noticing. Heavens, I was standing in there earlier, and I didn't sense it at all." This colossal formation was actually cast down by several tens of thousands of people. Heavens, what extravagance! The person who can cast down such a formation must have reached the pinnacle in the laws of formations. Outside the cave mansion, many cultivators looked at this grand array in shock, exclaiming one after another. At the same time, Fairy Haoyue frowned as she looked at the formation in the surroundings. Her face was filled with malice as she snorted coldly. "It's actually a teleportation formation. Looks like they want to send me to a place that has already been set up. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I would fall into the trap of a bunch of ants." Fairy Haoyue sneered. She had already entered the teleportation formation. With a single movement, she flew out of the formation as quickly as she could. Suddenly, a yin-yang 8 trigrams disc flew over from afar, emitting a hazy halo. Mysterious runes flickered as they revolved around the 8 trigrams disc. The appearance of the disc immediately caused the surrounding space to become viscous. The space actually solidified at a visible rate, freezing the origin energy and interfering with the space there. Fairy Haoyue was affected as well. She became extremely slow as a mysterious force confined her surroundings. Fairy Haoyue's eyes were cold. Even though she was in a predicament, she did not become flustered at all. She remained composed. At that moment, her eyes gradually turned white, becoming as white as the moon. It was as if a moon had been nurtured in her eyes. Fairy Haoyue's comprehension of laws had reached an extremely profound level when she was alive. However, her soul was nowhere near recovered, so she was unable to unleash the power of laws from her peak state. However, now that she had been forced into a corner, she planned on burning her soul again to unleash the power of laws at the primordial realm. At this moment, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly surged into the sky from outside the teleportation formation. Jianshan had struck out from within the crowd. A dense cluster of scattered sword chi had already gathered around him. They were the size of raindrops. Even though the sword chi was weak, unable to harm overgods or even gods, it was fatal to deities or origin realm cultivators. Several tens of thousands of people had cast down the huge teleportation formation. Gods and deities only made up a tiny portion of them. Most of them were at the origin realm. Fairy Haoyue sensed the sword chi that had suddenly appeared when she was about to burn her soul again. She could not help but become stunned. She suddenly looked in Jianshan's direction and immediately stopped burning her soul. She could not help but smile faintly. Jianshan was stern as cold, killing intent shone from his eyes. As he extended a finger, the countless sword chi that revolved around him immediately turned into a huge, silver-white streak that shot towards the people who cast down the teleportation formation. Chapter 21-27. The 2 strands of profound sword chi had drained the power of Jianshan's soul. Intense dizziness swept over him, causing Jianshan to seem rather feeble. Jianshan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. When he felt the heart-wrenching pain, Jianshan's head immediately quivered. His heavy head suddenly cleared up at that moment. Daluo sword technique. Tai sword technique. Jianshan's eyes were filled with determination, as well as a hint of madness. He formed a seal with his hands as quickly as he could and sent out 2 strands of sword chi. Boom! Boom! With 2 booms, Jianshan's 2 strands of powerful sword chi collided with the 2 streams of energy. Even though his sword technique was quite powerful, he was in a weakened state right now. The power of his soul had basically been drained, so the power of the laws of the sword that he could use was obviously not comparable to when he was in peak condition. As a result, the 2 strands of sword chi were much weaker than usual. Jianshan's 2 strands of sword chi dispersed, but the 2 streams of energy did not slow down at all. They continued towards Jianshan like a hot knife through butter. However, they had become much weaker as well. Jianshan circulated chaotic force within him as he pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. He used his body to block the heavily injured Fairy Haoyue. With a furious bellow, he raised his fist and directly threw it at the 2 streams of energy. A layer of chaotic force coiled around his fist, giving off a violent presence of destruction. Jianshan could no longer use the power of the laws of the sword to fend off overgods now that he had exhausted the power of his soul. At the same time, he had blown up his flying snow sword as well, so the only weapon that Jianshan could use was his fist. As for the azulate swords, they were basically suicidal before so many overgods. Although none of the overgods recognized the azulate swords, and even many divine kings might not recognize them, they were afraid that the news would spread and the experts who knew about the swords would hear about it. With a boom, Jianshan's fist struck the 2 streams of energy with great force. His body trembled violently, and his fists were reduced to a bloody mess. His arms were covered in blood. Intense pain caused Jianshan to frown. At that moment, he felt like he had almost lost all feeling in his arms. The pain and numbness were so great that he could not even feel the existence of his arms. At the same time, the other 4 streams of energy struck Jianshan as well. Jianshan immediately vomited blood as he was blown away. Behind Jianshan was Fairy Haoyue, so Jianshan naturally collided with Fairy Haoyue. The 2 of them were basically stuck together as they were blown far away. The unique fragrance of a woman and something soft came from his back, but Jianshan did not care about that at all. His face was pale as he coughed up blood. He was heavily injured. Although his chaotic body was very powerful, the opponents he faced were all mid-overgods, and there were over a dozen of them. Before mid-overgods, Jianshan's laws of the sword did not provide him with an advantage. His personal cultivation was much weaker, and he did not have a weapon. Apart from the powerful defense and recovery of his chaotic body, He basically had no advantage at all. Jianchen, you've clearly escaped, so why have you returned? At this moment, Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Even though Fairy Haoyue was heavily injured and had basically fallen into dire straits, she remained extremely composed. She did not panic at all, as if she had not realized the danger she faced at all. The reason why I've come back is to help you. Otherwise, you probably would have fallen for Master Chanlong's schemes already and been teleported to a place he has already set up. Let's not talk about that right now. Go first. There are just too many of them. I can't last for too long, Jianchen said sternly. Afterwards, he pushed Fairy Haoyue far away. At the same time, he ingested a pill he had obtained from the divine King Duanmu's dwelling. His chaotic force circulated rapidly, healing his wounds as quickly as possible. Fairy Haoyue stared at Jianchen with mixed feelings as he pushed her far away and faced over a dozen overgods all by himself. She sighed gently inside, and she suddenly came to a halt. Instead of retreating, she charged towards Jianchen quickly. Why have you come back? The two of us are not their opponent at all. Jianchen panicked when he saw Fairy Haoyue actually return. He roared out in a rather exasperated manner. With the toughness of his chaotic body, he could barely keep the overgods busy for a while. Once Fairy Haoyue fled, he would use the linear lightning release to flee. However, now that Fairy Haoyue had actually returned, Jianchen's plan to escape had failed. He could not carry it out at all. He had no confidence in escaping from the mid-overgods with Fairy Haoyue at all. Didn't I come back to save you? Do you think you can still escape from the pursuit of over a dozen overgods? Moreover, there are even late overgods among them, Jianchen said sternly. Fairy Haoyue said in exasperation. She arrived before Jianchen quickly, and before Jianchen could react, she extended her arm that was covered by her wide sleeves towards Jianchen's waist. At the same time, she burned her essence blood to use a secret technique. Immediately, a huge moon appeared, enveloping Jianchen and Fairy Haoyue. It shone with extremely dazzling light. The light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Even the overgods could not help but close their eyes before the light. The light came and went quickly. When it vanished, the huge moon had vanished along with Jianchen and Fairy Haoyue. Oh no, they've escaped. The overgods stared at the surroundings with sunken faces as they cursed resentfully. They expanded the senses of their souls in an attempt to find Jianchen and Fairy Haoyue, but they found nothing in the end. Let alone finding Fairy Haoyue and Jianchen, they could not even capture their presences within the range of the senses of their souls. Clearly, in that short moment, they had left the range of the senses of the overgods' souls. Chapter 21-28. Impressive, impressive. This brat is just too impressive. I can't help but look at him in a different light. He clearly hasn't cultivated for a long time, yet he possesses such great strength. A prodigy! A prodigy! This brat must be a prodigy. And a supreme prodigy at that. The trapped soul flew over from afar and jabbered on beside Master Chanlong. Old man Chanlong, I say, you're in trouble now. You've actually offended a supreme prodigy. The trapped soul pretended to think before saying seriously, with my eyes that can see through the mysteries of the world, this brat has cultivated for less than 1,000 years at most. No, no, no. 1,000 years is a little too long. It should only be a few hundred years, or even a few hundred years is a little too long. It should be even shorter. Don't tell me Jianchen has only cultivated for 100 years. Master Chanlong could not help but sneer when he heard the exaggerated praise the soul had for Jianchen. He snorted at the soul's words. Yes, it should be around 100 years. Even if there's a difference, it shouldn't be too far off. The trapped soul nodded seriously. However, he became stunned soon afterwards. He said in surprise, Old man Chanlong, how do you know that the brat has only cultivated for 100 years? Are you able to see through the mysteries of the world like me? Master Chanlong smiled disdainfully. He no longer wasted any more words with the trapped soul. He formed a seal with his hand, and the huge python immediately turned into a few formation banners, which he held in his hand. Old man Chanlong, you still haven't told me. How do you know that the brat has only cultivated for 100 years? The soul's mental pulse rang out from the formation banners. You've reached over God in 100 years? Do you really think old man Chanlong is a 3-year-old kid? Master Chanlong mocked. He looked at the soul like he was looking at an idiot. Afterwards, with a wave of his hand, he directly stowed the formation banners away in his space ring. In a primitive mountain range that stretched for millions of kilometers, Jianchen and Fairy Haoyue sat cross-legged under a large tree. Both of them had consumed healing pills and were recovering from their injuries. Although Jianchen had withstood attacks from several mid-overgods, he made a full recovery in just 2 hours due to his powerful chaotic force. After making a full recovery, Jianchen opened his eyes and glanced at Fairy Haoyue, who was still healing nearby. He knew that it would take a few days for Fairy Haoyue to recover, so he arrived nearby by himself. He took out the bright moon divine hall from his space ring and placed it on the ground before entering it alone. Big brother, you've finally come to visit us. It's been so long since I've seen you. Xiaoling misses you so much. As soon as Jianchen entered the bright moon divine hall, a familiar voice rang out. Xiaoling was overjoyed in her white dress. She skipped over from afar and grabbed Jianchen's arm tightly. Jianchen glanced around and discovered that no one was actually cultivating. They all sat in the hall as they conversed with the people from the Mo clan and the Ando clan. At this moment, all of their gazes gathered on Jianchen. You've already reached peak reciprocity? Jianchen immediately saw the beautiful Shangguan in her violet dress, and he immediately beamed. Shangguan could not help but smile when she saw Jianchen. She said, "Look carefully. I'm not the only one who's reached peak reciprocity." Jianchen immediately began to study them carefully with that. He discovered that Shangguan was indeed not the only one who had reached peak reciprocity. Aside from her, Houston, Xiaojin, Xiaoling, the White Tiger, and the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast had all reached peak reciprocity. Although Ruijin, Heiyu, and Honglian had not reached peak reciprocity, they were at early reciprocity. Even newbies, who always wore golden robes, had reached early reciprocity. Among the 5 people from the world of Forsaken Saints, Xiongzhong had also reached peak reciprocity. The 4 receival protectors who had come with him had all grown in strength as well, reaching mid-reciprocity. Although they had not been in the Saints' world for very long, all of them had progressed extremely quickly. They had never dared to imagine this when they were in the lower world. Good. Looks like we'll be able to produce godhood experts very soon from the lower world. Jianchen felt extremely delighted. He could not help but laugh aloud. Our cultivation speed is so fast all because of the divine crystals you gave us. If it weren't for them, our cultivation speed would be much slower, said Xiaojin. After a few years, he had grown slightly taller as well. He seemed to be around 8 or 9 years old now. Of course, his actual age definitely did not stop there. It was just that he was a metallic spirit, an innate spirit, so his growth was extremely slow. If it weren't for the fact that the Divine Hall is too weak and can't endure pulses of energy that are too powerful, I could break through to godhood at any time, said the White Tiger. His face was filled with pride. The laws of the world were the key to godhood. He had already grasped them back on the Tianyuan continent. Houston also walked over. He looked at Jianchen kindly and said, "Jianchen, what's the situation outside? You better find a time to let us out. Quite a few of us have reached the peak of cultivation, so there's no point in continuing to cultivate. At the same time, our comprehension of laws has reached the threshold of godhood. As long as we go out, we'll be able to break through to deity very quickly." At that time, I'll be able to help you deal with your problems. Although it'll be very difficult for me to help you as a deity, don't forget that I cultivate the Empyrean demon arts. Coupled with Amigami, we'll be able to share some of your burden. Jianchen chuckled aloud. Uncle Xiao, just focus on cultivating. Right now, my strength is nothing in the entire Saints world, but I've gained a foothold in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Before long, we'll all be able to go out and see the scenery of the Saints world. Jianchen was filled with eagerness as he said that. With his current strength, he could indeed reign supreme in the divine kingdom of Pingtian. He planned on settling down in the Dong, a province with these people once the disturbance in the divine king's dwelling had subsided. He would make it their temporary foothold. After all, it was impossible for him to take them everywhere all the time. Moreover, even Jianchen had no idea how much longer he could keep his special identity a secret. Once it was exposed, he would probably become the public enemy of the Saints' world. Jianchen guided everyone in the Bright Moon Divine Hall with their cultivation, sharing his experiences and comprehension of laws. Moreover, he found some cultivation methods, battle skills, and so on that were helpful to cultivation in the space rings of the gods and overgods he had killed. He passed them all to them in hopes that they would be of help to them. He did not let them out immediately because he had just escaped from over a dozen overgods. No one knew whether the overgods would find him or not. Right now, he was still in danger, so it would be extremely inappropriate to let them out. Chapter 2131. It looks like the commander of the Royal Divine Army, Sir Xiando, doesn't have high hopes for the Wainer clan, even though the Wainer clan has produced an overgod, Wainer Yen. However, Sir Xiando seems to have received orders from the Divine King to visit the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan personally. As a result, instead of saying that Sir Xiando doesn't have high hopes for the Wainer clan, it's better to say that the Divine King doesn't have high hopes for Wainer Yen. Xiando's attitude made the hearts of all the ancestors in the hall jump. Their gazes towards the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen, changed slightly once again. This was because they had already realized that the Tianyuan clan would probably still be in charge of the Dong, a province in the future. However, even with that being the case, they still dared not show any disrespect towards the Wainer clan as the supreme ancestors of the powerful clans. After all, the Wainer clan had become an overgod clan now. Even though Xiando's attitude made Wainer Yen feel rather conflicted, Xiando was a late overgod, so there was nothing Wainer Yen could do to him. Afterwards, he looked at Jianchen and clasped his fist. In a few days, my Wainer clan will be holding a ceremony to formally announce to the 36 provinces of the divine kingdom of Pingtian that our Wainer clan has become an overgod clan. At the same time, we will be in charge of all matters in the Dong, and province, as well as giving out some rules and regulations. I hope the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan will be willing to attend, Wainer Yen said with an unquestionable forcefulness. Even though he knew that the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan was an overgod like him, he did not see any fear on his face at all. He had even said that he would be in charge of the Dong, and province. Jian Chen's expression did not change. He sat on the patriarch's throne and looked at Wainer Yen from above. He said indifferently, "It would be rude if I don't reciprocate. Today, my Tian Yuan clan is holding a founding ceremony, and Wainer Yen is willing to attend. Since your Wainer clan is holding a ceremony, I will naturally go and congratulate you." Wainer Yen frowned slightly when he heard that. He felt rather displeased. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan was not implying that he was willing to participate in the ceremony of the Wainer clan. Instead, it was because he had attended the founding ceremony of the Tianyuan family today. If he had not attended the founding ceremony of the Tianyuan family today, the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan probably would not have attended the ceremony of the Wainer clan. What Wainer Yen found even more unacceptable was that the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan actually sat on the throne and spoke to him condescendingly. This made his face become rather cold. At this moment Jianchen continued, however, I think it's best to keep the Dong and province as it is. There's no need for these so-called rules and regulations. If there are too many restrictions, it'll only hinder the development of the province. The ancestors of the powerful clans all secretly rejoiced when they heard Jianchen's words. They did not rejoice because Jianchen wanted to keep the Dong and province as it was. Instead, they rejoiced because the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen, and Weiner Yen of the Weiner clan had already begun arguing. Many of them were afraid of the might of the overgods, so they seemed extremely obedient on the surface. However, they were extremely conflicted inside. As a result, they were eager to see the two overgods of the Tianyuan family and the Weiner clan tear each other apart. It would be best if both sides ended up heavily injured. The commander of the Royal Divine Army, Xian Dou, sat to one side with his arms crossed. He said nothing at all. However, he was very puzzled. Two overgods had actually appeared in a provincial city. It was going to be quite lively. Weiner Yan's face suddenly sank when he heard Jianchen's words. His gaze gradually became piercing as well. He said coldly, in other words, the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan opposes my Weiner clan? Do you think my Weiner clan has no right to rule over the Dong and province as well? Suddenly, a yellow medallion appeared in Weiner Yan's hand. He directly raised the medallion high in the air and called out, May I ask if my Weiner clan has the right now? The protector medallion of the Earth Spirit sect. Xian Dou's face suddenly changed when he saw the medallion in Weiner Yan's hand. He cried out in surprise. That's right. It's the protector medallion of the Earth Spirit sect. Weiner Yan was very satisfied with Xian Dou's expression. He could not help but show a sliver of arrogance. The expressions of the ancestors of the powerful clans changed slightly when they heard him mention the Earth Spirit sect. They all looked at Weiner Yan in disbelief. Commander Xian, may I ask what the Earth Spirit sect is? Jianchen asked Xian Dou secretly. He had not been in the Dong and province for very long, so he naturally did not know anything about the Earth Spirit sect. Xian Dou was surprised when he heard Jianchen's question. He had probably never thought that the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan would not have heard of the Earth Spirit sect despite being an overgod. However, Xian Dou explained patiently to Jianchen, the Earth Spirit sect is one of the two most powerful sects in the Heavenly Moon Empire. They are extremely powerful. It's said that just the Divine King realm experts in the sect amount to 5 or 6, and there are even more overgods. It's not something that our divine kingdom of Pingtian can compare to. I never thought that Weiner Yan would actually become a protector of the Earth Spirit sect. A position like that has a certain status in the Earth Spirit sect. Jianchen, this will be rather troublesome. Xian Dou's voice became rather stern when he mentioned Weiner Yan's identity. Although Weiner Yan was only an early overgod, the sect behind him was not to be trifled with. The Heavenly Moon Empire? The Earth Spirit sect? It looks like I need to find some time to properly understand the Cloud Plane, Jianchen thought. He discovered that he still knew far too little about the Cloud Plane. Patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Commander Xian Dou, do you have any objections? Weiner Yan held the Protector's medallion as he looked at Jianchen and Xian Dou arrogantly. Xian Dou frowned slightly. He clearly felt some fear towards Weiner Yan's identity. If they offended a protector of the Earth Spirit sect, it would not be good news for the divine kingdom of Pingtian. This was because the Earth Spirit sect was just too powerful. Even in the Heavenly Moon Empire, they were one of the two most powerful sections. Even the imperial family of the Heavenly Moon Empire was slightly fearful of these two great sections. Weiner Yan, I'll say the same thing as before. It's best if the Dong and province remains the same, Jianchen said. He showed no fear at all. He had already established his own clan in the Dong and province, so he naturally would not allow an early overgod to step on his head. Although he had no interest in ruling over the provincial city, it was impossible for him to remain in the city forever. He would have to leave sooner or later. As a result, he needed to maintain the stability of his Tianyuan family in the Dong, an province before he left. If that's the case, there's no need for your Tianyuan family to remain in the provincial city. Piss off, Weiner Yen was furious. With that, he charged towards Jianchen with lightning speed. He clenched his right hand into a fist and directly threw it towards Jianchen's face. A cold light flickered through Jianchen's eyes. He suddenly stood up and protected Shangguan Mu behind him. His fingers formed a sword, and a resplendent streak of light immediately shot out to receive Weiner Yan's fist. Chapter 2133. Clang. This time, when Jianchen's sword qi landed on Weiner Yan's hand, it actually produced the thrum of metal. Weiner Yan's hand was so tough that it had reached an unimaginable level. Jianchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Weiner Yan in surprise. An extremely great force was transmitted from Weiner Yan's hand. Through the sword qi he had condensed at the tip of his finger, it was directly transmitted to Jianchen. The sword qi condensed at the tip of Jianchen's finger immediately dimmed. The great force formed an invisible force that shot over, instantly reducing the clothes on his arm to dust. Even his body could not help but take a step back from the powerful force. The laws of strength. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes as he murmured. The laws of strength represented the limits of energy in the world. Anyone who grasped the laws of strength would possess an unbelievable level of brute force. Most importantly, the laws of strength were also known as one of the laws with the greatest offensive force among the 3,000 laws. This was because strength represented attack, and it was an extremely pure attack. Weiner Yan glanced at his huge hand that flickered with bronze light. He saw that a deep wound had appeared on his powerful hand. Although he had blocked Jianchen's sword qi with his body, his hand was injured. The injury on his hand caused Weiner Yan to be secretly shocked. He had not truly used his full strength in the discussion hall earlier, so it was normal for his hand to be injured by Jianchen's strand of sword qi. However, he had already used his full strength now. He had even used the battle skill he had learnt from the Earth Spirit sect to strengthen his hand, yet he was still unable to block Jianchen's sword qi. After all, the unique battle skill he had learnt from the Earth Spirit sect was specially made for people who practiced the laws of strength. Once he used the battle skill to strengthen himself, the tough body of the people who practiced the laws of strength would reach an unimaginable level once again. He could basically be described as a human-shaped weapon. Very few people at the same level of cultivation would be his opponent, and he could even kill those at a higher level of cultivation. Of course, that was under the premise that he did not come across other similarly terrifying prodigies. I've underestimated the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. He's even more powerful than I had anticipated, Weiner Yan said sternly. Weiner Yan was stern. After this clash, he could tell that he was still slightly weaker than the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. In the distance, the commander of the Royal Divine Army, Xian Do, also hovered in the air as he watched the two of them fight. He was secretly amazed as well. Both Weiner Yan and Jianchen possess extraordinary strength. Most importantly, the laws they comprehend are very powerful. No wonder Weiner Yan became a protector of the Earth Spirit sect. It's all because he has comprehended the laws of strength. But right now, Weiner Yan is still slightly weaker than Jianchen. Weiner Yan's comprehension of laws is only at early overgod, while Jianchen's comprehension of laws has probably reached mid-overgod. However, Jianchen's cultivation seems to be rather weak. He doesn't seem to be in a balanced state with his comprehension of laws at all. He's probably only a god. At the same time, figures flickered in the distance. The ancestors of the powerful clans all left the provincial city and hurried over as quickly as they could. They wanted to personally witness the battle between the two overgods. They did not dare to stand so close to the battle like Xian Do. Instead, they stood extremely far away, in a position they believed to be safe enough. They could not approach the battle at all. Bestow upon me power. Suddenly, Wainer Yen bellowed out at the sky. His body actually began to swell at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, his body, which was less than 2 meters tall, grew into a 10-meter tall giant. Moreover, as his body swelled, even the clothes on his body grew. Even though the robes covered his body, they were unable to hide Wainer Yan's extremely sturdy and burly body. After transforming, all of Wainer Yan's exposed skin became bronze. He was filled with a sense of great power, just like a golden arhat. Finger suppression. Wainer Yen bellowed out. His 5 fingers seemed to become 5 mountains, crushing towards Jianshan with overwhelming power. Wherever his fingers passed by, space would ripple. A chilling light flickered through Jianshan's eyes. With sword chi in hand, he directly charged towards Wainer Yan's mountainous fingers. Boom! With a great rumble, one of Wainer Yan's fingers had been severed by Jianshan's sword chi. At this moment, Jianshan was surrounded by Wainer Yan's other 4 fingers. After severing one of Wainer Yan's fingers, the sword chi in his hand collapsed as well. Wainer Yan was emotionless. He did not feel pain at all. The other 4 fingers directly pressed towards Jianshan with great power. Every single finger had become extremely thick, like 4 huge beads guarding the surroundings, sealing off all of Jianshan's paths of retreat. Daluo sword. Jianshan formed a seal with his hand, and immediately, a golden strand of sword chi condensed above his head. With a flash of light, the sword chi shot towards the 4 fingers with lightning speed. Boom! 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 Immediately, 4 deafening booms rang out. The golden sword chi was extremely powerful, destroying Wainer Yan's other 4 fingers like a hot knife through butter. Powerful ripples of energy permeated the surroundings, forming a storm of energy that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. It even reduced the sea of clouds in the sky to dust. However, the golden sword chi did not disperse after destroying Wainer Yan's 4 fingers. Instead, it continued towards Wainer Yan as a golden streak of light under Jianshan's control. It moved extremely quickly. Wainer Yan's face was rather pale. His right hand's fingers had completely drooped down, only connected by a layer of flesh. He was powerless to move them. Even after transforming, his body was extremely tough, and his fingers were unbelievably tough. However, he was an early overgod after all, and Jianshan's Daluo sword was extraordinary as well. As a result, he was naturally unable to block it. Wainer Yan clenched his left hand into a fist and directly punched out, receiving the incoming sword chi. After destroying Wainer Yan's 4 fingers, the Daluo sword did not have much power left. It immediately collapsed under Wainer Yan's punch, turning into golden sword chi that scattered in all directions. However, just when Wainer Yan shattered the strand of sword chi, another strand of sword chi shot over with lightning speed. It arrived before him in the blink of an eye and pierced through his chest. Wainer Yan's body shook violently, and he directly vomited a mouthful of blood with his 10-meter-tall body. His face had already paled. However, he had grasped the laws of strength after all. Not only was his physical strength astonishing, but the great power within him had also made his breakthroughs extremely powerful. Even though he was injured, it did not affect his battle prowess too much. Mountain Palm Seal. Wainer Yen growled. He raised his left hand, and a mountain immediately appeared. He grabbed the mountain and hurled it towards Jianshan viciously. As the mountain fell, it rapidly expanded, blotting out the sky in a single instance. It turned into a majestic, lofty mountain that crushed down on Jianshan with surging might. Moreover, there was a formless energy emanating from the mountain. Everything within the range of the mountain's attack would be frozen in space. Chapter 2134. This Wainer Yen is quite capable, Jianshan thought. He had seen quite a few early overgods in the Divine King's dwelling. They were all early overgods, but they were not on the same level as Wainer Yen. Wainer Yen could be described as the most powerful early overgod he had encountered so far. He was no weaker than Ling Hogong. As a matter of fact, he was even slightly more powerful. This was because Wainer Yan's battle skills all came from the Earth Spirit sect. They were of quite impressive quality and possessed extraordinary power. Tai sword technique. Jianshan formed a seal with his hand, and his body was immediately enveloped by a bright, white light. He had turned into a sword and fused with it, shooting into the sky as a dazzling light. From afar, it looked like a meteor had risen from the ground. It carried an indomitable momentum as it collided with the towering mountain that covered the sky above. The mountain was no ordinary mountain. Instead, it was Wainer Yan's battle skill. It was a combination of his early over-god cultivation and the laws of strength, so it possessed extremely terrifying power. Boom! Jianshan's surging sword qi directly collided with the lofty mountain. Immediately, a visible shock wave of energy surged out, forming a circle that expanded rapidly. Jianshan was like an extremely sharp sword, directly piercing through the bottom of the mountain. He moved through the mountain and cut through the rock, moving as quickly as lightning. In just a short moment, he had pierced through the entire mountain, entering from the bottom before emerging from the highest point. He was like a miniature sun as he hovered in the air with dazzling light. A tiny crack suddenly appeared in the lofty mountain that Wainer Yan had conjured with his battle skill. The appearance of the crack immediately led to a chain reaction. Afterwards, more and more cracks appeared, covering the entire mountain very soon. Boom! In the end, with a heavy sound, the entire mountain collapsed, turning into a powerful storm of energy that wreaked havoc. The remains of the mountain vanished into outer space as well. Wainer Yan's body trembled violently, and blood spurted from his mouth. He became even paler. He raised his head and looked at Jianshan, who seemed to have turned himself into a sword even higher in the sky. Shock filled his face. He had already overestimated Jianshan, but Jianshan's strength still exceeded his expectations. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan is actually so powerful. His cultivation is clearly insufficient, and he only possesses a slight advantage in laws. I thought that even if he won against Wainer Yan, it would not be an easy victory. But looking at it now, Wainer Yan is nowhere close to the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. He has been completely suppressed by the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan. The commander of the Royal Divine Army, Xian Do, stared at Jianshan in surprise. Clearly, Jianshan's strength had exceeded his expectations as well. Moreover, he knew that Jianshan still had not used his full strength, as he had yet to use the trump card that could kill early overgods in a single instance in the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling. Looks like the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan has the upper hand. Wainer Yan of the Wainer clan is already heavily injured, while the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan is completely unscathed apart from having one of his sleeves ripped. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan is just too powerful. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan's strength is probably greater than the overgods of the 5 great provincial cities of the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. No wonder the Tian Yuan family has such great prestige, where the 5 great provincial cities have all sent important people to congratulate him. The ancestors of the powerful clans in the Dong and province discussed secretly as well. They all sighed in amazement as they looked at Jianshan in admiration and fear. A few days ago, an overgod engaged in a great battle with Master Chanlong outside the provincial city. Don't tell me that person is the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan? Suddenly, a spectating god asked softly. When his words fell into the ears of the people present, it immediately caused everyone present to be stunned. Soon after, everyone's expression changed. Master Chanlong was a late overgod, and he was a formations master. He possessed extremely great mastery over formations, so many overgods feared him very much. As a result, Master Chanlong was extremely renowned. If the mysterious expert who fought Master Chanlong outside was really the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan would be far too terrifying. For a moment, everyone's gazes gathered on the figure that was several times smaller than an ant in the air. They all began to suspect him. As for Wayner, no one paid any attention to him at this moment. Suddenly, Jianchen shot down from the sky with lightning speed. He directly shot towards Wayner with a streak of light. Wayner's 10-meter-tall body hovered in the air as he became extremely stern. Strands of powerful laws gathered in his left hand as he threw a punch at Jianchen with his full strength. The punch caused the space there to ripple. Pure and powerful energy struck the space there, seemingly dispersing the origin energy there. The power of this punch was extremely strong. However, Jianchen was using the Tai sword technique right now, so it was far more powerful than his usual attacks. Boom! This time, Wayner's fist was directly blown to pieces. Before the powerful sword chi, not only did his left fist vanish, but even his entire left arm, starting from his wrist, began to rapidly vanish, turning into minced meat and bone. It fell from the sky, extending all the way to his arm. Wayner could not help but grunt from the excruciating pain. His entire left arm had vanished. Even though his body had been strengthened, it was still difficult for him to endure Jianchen's attacks. He was heavily injured. Spurt! 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 Jianchen did not give Wayner any time to catch his breath. He struck out afterwards, and 4 strands of powerful sword chi pierced Wayner's body, causing him to constantly vomit blood. In the end, he kicked Wayner's chest viciously. Wayner's body heavily smashed into the ground from the sky, causing the ground to tremble violently. Dust and dirt flew into the air, obscuring his body. Jianchen landed on the ground and slowly made his way over to the crater that Wayner had created. His gaze pierced through the dust and could clearly see Wayner in the crater. Wayner, is this what gives you the right to act so arrogantly in my Tianyuan family? Jianchen said emotionlessly. His emotionless, cold voice was filled with mockery. Although he had basically used his full strength in the battle against Wayner, even using the Daluo sword and the Tai sword technique, he was not injured at all. It was undeniable that Wayner was very powerful. There were probably very few people who were his opponent at the same level of cultivation. However, before Jianchen, he was still a little lacking. Chapter 2135. The young man was only at reciprocity, so he was unable to put up any resistance at all before the woman who was a deity. He was restrained by her effortlessly. Senior W, what are you doing? The young man panicked. A perverted expression appeared on the scantily clad woman's face as she brought her face close to the young man's face. She stuck out her tongue and lightly licked the young man's cheek. Her body emitted a fragrance that could arouse the most primitive desire of humans. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said softly, "Little brother, don't be nervous and don't be afraid. Big sister won't hurt you because I've already taken a fancy to you. Let big sister take good care of you, let big sister take you to paradise." After saying that, the scantily clad woman waved her hand. Immediately, a temple flew out. It rapidly expanded in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground. The woman grabbed the young man and directly took him into the divine hall, ignoring the young man's resistance. The people who had gathered in the space to comprehend the way of the sword focused their gazes on the scantily clad woman. However, many of their expressions became rather strange very soon. The reason for that was because the shrine that the scantily clad woman had taken out was actually transparent. What was transparent? Even if they stood outside, they could clearly see everything that happened within the divine hall. It was not hidden at all. The perverted light in the woman's eyes became more and more intense. Just like that, she stripped the young man of his clothes impatiently under everyone's gazes. Afterwards, she tore off the items on her body and directly pressed the young man onto the ground. Just like that, she began to make love in public. Senior, please don't. Please spare me, Senior." The young man did not show any pleasure at all. Instead, he begged in pain. However, His body had already been restrained. He was unable to move at all. All he could do was stare at the woman on top of him. There was nothing he could do. However, his complexion was gradually turning pale. The skin on his body was also gradually losing its luster, becoming yellow and withered. It was as if he had lost all of his vitality. The woman's face glowed. She was brimming with energy as if she had eaten a great tonic. Tui, how shameless! What a pervert! There were also quite a number of women in this space. When they saw this unsightly scene, their pretty faces turned red as they opened their mouths to curse. Humph, you're looking to die. The curses of these women immediately caused the two middle-aged men who came in with the scantily clad women to become furious. One of them let out a cold cry, and a huge axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe at the women. A huge axe blade swept across the sky, bringing with it a monstrous demonic chi that enveloped the few women. Those women's cultivation bases were not even at the heavenly god realm. Facing the attack of a heavenly god, how could they be a match? They were all pale with fright. Great-grandfather! At this moment, one of the women cried out. Nearby, the old man who sat on a mountain suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he stood up, a sharp sword chi immediately radiated from him. Wielding his sword, he directly sent out a sword chi that collided with the middle-aged man's axe in the air. Boom! The middle-aged man's axe immediately collapsed. The sword chi dimmed slightly as well, but it did not disperse. It continued towards the middle-aged man with lightning-like speed. A god of the way of the sword! The expression of the middle-aged man holding the giant axe changed. He immediately chopped out a second time to disperse the remaining power of the sword chi. However, he could not help but take a small step back. Following that, he looked at the old man with a gaze filled with fear. At the same time, Genshin's eyes narrowed. He could not help but study the old man carefully as interest filled his face. My granddaughter is not someone that just anyone can harm. Moreover, you've done something so unsightly in front of so many people. You've offended public decency. Today, the old man will properly teach you a lesson. The old man wielded a sword as he radiated with powerful sword intent. He strode through the air and rapidly approached the two middle-aged men. His presence surged. Humph, we're from the Mo family. Sir, do you want to become enemies with our Mo family? The middle-aged man with the axe growled. He was stern. The old man had comprehended the laws of the sword, so he was extremely powerful. Even if the two of them worked together, they would not be his opponent. The old man paused when he heard the Mo family. His face changed slightly and he growled, "The Mo family? Is it the Mo family of the divine kingdom of Qingyang?" The two middle-aged men could not help but brighten up when they saw the old man's reaction. They could tell that the old man feared the Mo family. That's right. We're elders of the Mo family of the divine kingdom of Qingyang, the middle-aged man with the axe said proudly. The middle-aged man with the giant axe said proudly. At the same time, he took out an identity token. Fear immediately appeared in the old man's eyes when he saw the identity medallion that represented an elder of the Mo family. He snorted coldly and turned around. He arrived before a young woman and protected her behind him. Clearly, he did not dare to provoke the Mo family. "Great-grandfather, that woman is so shameless," the woman said furiously as she hid behind the old man. "Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. The Mo family is a clan of overgods. They're not people we can provoke," the old man said to the woman secretly. His voice was filled with helplessness. After the middle-aged man stated his identity, the people who originally wanted to stand up for the woman all stopped. Fear appeared in their eyes. Clearly, they did not dare to provoke the Mo family of the divine kingdom of Qingyang. Genshin sighed gently when he saw this. He slowly stood up and casually pointed at the transparent divine hall. With that, an extremely tiny strand of sword chi immediately shot out with lightning speed, directly shattering the divine hall. powerful ripples of energy expanded outwards, forcefully separating the woman and the young man. The woman was extremely excited. She could not help but become furious when her plans were suddenly ruined. She immediately called out, "Who is it? Who did this? Are you tired of living? Miss, please respect yourself in public. Don't do anything that offends the public," Jianchen said emotionlessly as he stood on the mountain peak. Disgust also filled his eyes. "How dare you?" The woman did not wear any clothes. She just stood there carelessly as she pointed at Jianchen. Just when she was about to call out, she could not help but become stunned. She stared at Jianchen blankly, who stood on the mountain peak with his arms behind his back. Infatuation filled her face. Chapter 2138. As you wish, ancestor. The patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Majian, replied politely before ending the conversation with Ling Hogong. Ling Majian made his way out of the room carefully and cautiously before returning to the room where Jianchen's jade talisman was. The jade talisman Jianchen had given Ling Majian was placed in a jade box enveloped by formations. It sat in the center of the room quietly. Ling Majian was clearly wary of Jianchen before. He was afraid that Jianchen had done something to the jade talisman, allowing him to observe everything he did. As a result, he did not take the jade talisman with him when he contacted Ling Hogong through a secret technique. However, now that he learnt from his conversation with Ling Hogong that the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Jianchen, was a trustworthy person, his wariness plummeted. He made his way to the center of the room and bent down to pick up the jade box. After removing the formations on it, he stowed it away into his space ring solemnly, preserving it well. At the same time, Ling Hogong sat on a mountain peak with a sword on his back in an independent miniature world. He sighed emotionally as he watched the formation slowly vanish. "I never thought that my good friends would cut ties with our Ling family in such a straightforward manner when our Ling family is in such a situation. They're afraid of getting into trouble. Instead, Jianchen, who we've only just met, has come to our Ling family despite the danger of being targeted by the heavenly demon religion. Brother Jianchen, I will remember your kindness. Even though you haven't provided any substantial help to our Ling family, just your kindness is enough." Ling Hogong sighed emotionally. What kindness? Old man Ling, you're already so old, so why are you still talking about love? Hurry up and forge a sword for Bao Bao." At this moment, a golden flying sword flew over from afar and transformed into a little girl with an illusory body. She was very cute and delicate. However, she just happened to have her hands on her hips as she scolded Ling Hogong like she was an old man. Ling Hogong immediately felt cold sweat run down his forehead when he heard the sword spirit say that he was in love. He said, "That's bullshit. Friendship is friendship. What does it have to do with love? Moreover, I'm no longer in the mood for love. What does a little sword spirit like you know?" The sword spirit's cheeks puffed up from anger. She pointed at Ling Hogong and scolded, "Old man Ling, how dare you say Bao Bao doesn't know? How dare you say Bao Bao doesn't know? Bao Bao's you dare to look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson." The sword immediately controlled the sword. Instantly, the sword energy was like a rainbow. Golden light filled the sky and bloomed with an incomparably dazzling light. Even though the golden flying sword was not controlled by a master, just the presence from the sword spirit was no weaker than an overgod. Ling Hogong's face was Ling's Ling was Ling Hogong was stern. He understood how powerful the sword spirit was, so he did not dare to be careless. He immediately drew the ancient sword on his back and called out, "Chaotic Heaven's sword style." A streak of resplendent sword light shot out from Ling Hogong's hand toward the sword spirit in a threatening manner. If Jianchen were present, he would definitely discover that Ling Hogong was much more powerful than before. Not only had Ling Hogong successfully broken through from early overgod to mid-overgod, but his comprehension of the laws of the sword as well. Just the chaotic heavens sword style alone allowed Ling Hogong to look down on mid-overgod. He would even be able to put up a fight against late overgod. Humph, old man Ling, you call that the chaotic heavens sword style? It's an insult to the name of the chaotic heavens sword style in your hands. Bao Bao will show you what the true chaotic heavens sword style is, the sword spirit said disdainfully. Suddenly, an even more powerful and pure sword technique shot out from the golden flying sword. With the appearance of this sword energy, the entire world seemed to darken. This sword technique emitted a boundless radiance that blotted out the sun, moon, and stars, causing the entire world to lose its luster. It was as if this sword technique had become the only thing in the world. When the two strands of the chaotic heavens sword style clashed, Ling Hogong's chaotic heavens sword style seemed to be as fragile as mud, shattering silently. On the other hand, the sword spirit's chaotic heavens sword style was like a streak of light. It surged with sword chi as it shot towards Ling Hogong like it was unstoppable. Whoosh! The sword chi shot past Ling Hogong's head. Although it failed to injure him, it did cut off his hair. At this moment, Ling Hogong seemed to be in a rather sorry state with disheveled hair. His otherworldly bearing had completely vanished. My hair! Why you sword spirit is just too detestable. You've gone too far, Ling Hogong cursed in a rather exasperated manner. He felt extremely gloomy inside. Ling Hogong was renowned in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, where very few people dared to offend him. Yet now, he had been bullied to such a state by a sword spirit. Do you see that? This is the true chaotic heavens sword style. Old man Ling, I'll teach you to say that Bao Bao doesn't understand it again. The sword spirit appeared with her hands on her hips. She seemed complacent. Why you sword spirit is unreasonable. All you know is to pester me endlessly, Ling Hogong said furiously. The sword spirit's complacent expression vanished in the blink of an eye when she heard that. Her chubby face suddenly sank, and she glared at Ling Hogong furiously with her large, pretty eyes. She complained, "How dare you go against your superior and speak ill of Bao Bao? You even dare to say that Bao Bao is unreasonable and only knows how to pester you endlessly. Am Bao Bao a person like that? Old man Ling, it looks like Bao Bao hasn't left a good enough impression on you. Bao Bao will definitely teach you a lesson this time so that you will know Bao Bao's power. This time, Bao Bao will shock you deeply and leave behind a deep enough impression in your heart so that you'll tremble in fear when you see Bao Bao in the future." The Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons was a similar organization to the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. It was only separated by the Divine Kingdom of 9 stars. However, the current Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons was no longer as dignified and glorious as before. Flames of war rose up everywhere in its vast territory. Basically all the provincial cities in the Divine Kingdom had been reduced to ruins. Rivers of blood flowed and the ground had been dyed red. Several decades ago, the 9th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion had attacked the Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons. In just a few decades, the 9th Army had taken over all the provincial cities in the Divine Kingdom. An army of 100,000 directly approached the royal capital of the Divine Kingdom, surrounding it. Now, the Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons, which was basically as powerful as the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, only had a single royal capital left standing. Even though the 9th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion only had 100,000 people, it was nothing before the Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons, which numbered over 100 million. Chapter 2139. Currently, the remaining forces of the Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons were all stationed in the royal capital. They used the powerful formations of the royal capital and the national treasure to fend off the 9th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion. They temporarily entered a stalemate with the 9th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion. The remaining forces of the Divine Kingdom of Three Cauldrons, the powerful formations of the royal capital, and the national treasure created an extremely powerful defense. Even though the heavenly demon religion was far more powerful than the divine kingdom of three cauldrons, they struggled to break through the royal capital in a short amount of time. However, whether it was the ninth army of the heavenly demon religion or the remaining forces of the divine kingdom of three cauldrons, they all understood that this stalemate could not be maintained for too long. Against the ninth army that was far more powerful than the divine kingdom of three cauldrons, their destruction was only a matter of time. Naturally, news of the battle between the heavenly demon religion and the divine kingdom of three cauldrons had spread long ago. Even though many organizations hated the heavenly demon religion to the core, the strength of the heavenly demon religion filled everyone with a sense of powerlessness. As a result, even though the divine kingdom of three cauldrons was surrounded by the heavenly demon religion and had sent out a request for help, no organization came to their aid. This was because the divine kingdom of three cauldrons' opponent this time was the heavenly demon religion that many organizations feared. Even though they could easily fend off the ninth army if they worked together, or even destroy the ninth army, no one dared to do so. Once the ninth army was heavily injured, there was still the eighth army, the seventh army, and even the first army that could cause many people to pale in fear. As a result, countless people sympathized with the divine kingdom of three cauldrons' current predicament, but no one dared to interfere. 100 kilometers away from the royal capital of the divine kingdom of three cauldrons, there was an average-sized military camp. Black clouds churned above the camp as demonic aura surged into the sky. Every soldier in this military camp cultivated a very powerful and overbearing demonic cultivation method. Therefore, not only did these soldiers have extraordinary cultivation, but their combat strength was also extremely powerful. It was also because of this that the Ninth Legion was able to utterly defeat the divine kingdom of three cauldrons' army of over 100 million with a mere 100,000 soldiers, forcing them to flee in defeat all the way to the imperial city. There was a majestic divine hall in the center of the camp. It was completely blood-red, as if it had been drenched in blood. Vaguely, it gave off the smell of blood. Just by standing outside the temple, one would feel an incomparable sense of oppression. At this moment, a heavy thud suddenly rang out from the divine hall. Afterwards, a rough, cold voice rang out, "It's been 10 years. It's been 10 whole years, yet our ninth army still hasn't broken through the imperial capital of the divine kingdom of three cauldrons. Are the three of you brainless? Can't you think of a way to take this place as quickly as possible? I've already stared at this shitty city for 10 years. I feel annoyed whenever I look at it now." The person who spoke was a burly man. At that moment, he sat on the commander's seat and glared at the group of generals below him with a fiendish gaze. The man was the commander of the Ninth Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion. He was known as the Blood God's Hand, Yen Wuming. At the same time, he was an extremely powerful Divine King realm expert. Facing the enraged regiment commander, the faces of the group of officers sitting below all turned pale. Clearly, they were extremely afraid of this regiment commander. Every one of them felt as if they were sitting on a carpet of needles. Yen Wuming. At this moment, a gloomy voice rang out in the hall. An illusory, extremely handsome young man in white robes appeared out of thin air. This young man had a feminine look on his face. At first glance, he was a handsome man who was hard to describe with words. But at the next moment, he seemed to be a peerless beauty whose looks could cause the downfall of a country. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the symbol of a woman on his chest, many people would have believed him to be a woman. The commander of the Ninth Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, Yen Wuming, stared at the young man coldly. The viciousness in his eyes did not decrease at all. He smiled and said coldly, "And I was wondering who it was that dared to call me by my name. So it's Protector Xing. Protector Xing, you must not have come all the way to my place with the projection of your soul. You must have come for something as simple as a stroll. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Once you're done, leave my territory as soon as you're done." Yen Wuming, How arrogant of you! I am a protector of the heavenly demon religion. I can come and go as I please no matter where the 9 armies are. You have no right to speak to me, Protector Xing said coldly. I don't have the time to waste with a she-male like you. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Once you're done, leave my territory as soon as you're done, Yan Wuming said impatiently. A vicious light flickered in his eyes. You! Protector Xing flew into a rage. His face was ashen with anger. He pointed at Yan Wuming angrily. However, seeing Yan Wuming's fearless appearance, Protector Xing did not dare to flare up in the end. Even if he was present in person, he would not be Yan Wuming's opponent, let alone the fact that he was only a projection of his soul. Protector Xing sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger. He said coldly, I've only come to ask about one thing. Have you captured the successor of the divine King Duanmu? Humph, can't you see that I'm attacking the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons right now? The divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons has 3 divine kings. Without me here, my 9th army will definitely be wiped out by the 3 divine kings. Where would I have the time to bother with the matter of Duanmu's successor? Moreover, what does Duanmu's successor have to do with me? Yan Wuming said coldly. Protector Xing sneered. Yan Wuming, I won't hide it from you. Vice Leader Huaiyan is extremely concerned about the divine King Duanmu. Before long, Vice Leader Huaiyan will emerge from seclusion. Once he learns that the successor of the divine King Duanmu is still in the world, he will become furious. The consequences are not something you can bear. Yan Wuming finally became stern. Clearly, he was still extremely fearful of the vice leader of the heavenly demon religion. Yan Wuming, I have delivered the message. You can decide how you want to deal with this matter. I will take my leave. Protector Xing coldly tossed these words before his figure disappeared. Yan Wuming sat on the commander's seat emotionlessly. The light in his eyes flickered, and a while later, he ordered one of the generals below, Lu Shan, take some people and capture Ling Hogong. Chapter 2140. Yes, sir. One of the generals below stood up and knelt on one knee. He accepted the order politely. After leaving the divine hall, Lu Shan did not hesitate at all. He immediately summoned his 2 lieutenants. Commander Lu, what's the matter? Why have you summoned the 2 of us so urgently? Are you preparing to attack the royal capital of the divine kingdom of 3 cauldrons again? Very soon 2 burly men in black robes strode over from afar. They radiated with demonic aura. Although they seemed to be strolling leisurely, they could easily cross several hundred or even 1,000 meters with every step they took. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. When they were talking, the 2 of them were still several kilometers away. When they finished speaking, it had only been 2 breaths of time. However, in this short period of time, they had already crossed a distance of several kilometers and appeared in front of Commander Lu Shan, whom they spoke of. You must have heard about the matter of the divine King Duanmu's successor. Earlier, Protector Xing sent a sliver of his soul to personally ask about this matter. As a result, the commander has ordered me to go to the divine kingdom of Pingtian and capture Ling Hogong. The 2 of you will come with me, Lu Shan said to the 2 of them. Not only were the 2 of them his lieutenants, but they were also his sworn brothers. Protector Xing is personally asking about this matter? Commander Lu, I remember that our regiment commander and Protector Xing have always been at odds. Why would regiment commander listen to Protector Xing's words? Hearing Lu Shan's words, one of the deputy generals said rather puzzledly. Lu Shan became stern. He said sternly, Vice Leader Huai has emerged from seclusion. The expressions of the 2 lieutenants changed when they heard that. They showed undisguised respect and reverence. There's no time to lose. Commander Lu, let's set off quickly. However, this kid Ling Hogong sure is influential. He's actually able to attract Protector Xing's attention, and our commander has personally ordered us to capture him. Hee with us 3 overgods personally taking action this time, even if Ling Hogong dies, it'll be worth it. Lu Shan's 2 lieutenants sneered as a vicious light flashed through their eyes. Outside the majestic royal capital of the divine kingdom of Pingtian, many cultivators and caravans would pass through the huge gates of the royal capital every single day on the many tunnels that led in and out of the royal capital. From time to time, it was even possible to see luxurious carriages driven by precious beasts, slowly approaching the gates of the royal capital. Without a doubt, the people who possessed the right to use these carriages were all people of great power and influence. However, flying was forbidden when entering the royal capital, no matter how great your background was, even if you came from clans and organizations with overgods. This was a sign of respect for the royal capital. Otherwise, unless you were as powerful as the divine king, you could ignore the rules and directly fly into the royal capital. Take this. This is your medallion to enter the royal capital. Remember that you have to pay 10 low-grade divine crystals for every day you stay in the royal capital, or you'll be captured by the guards of the royal capital. A guard passed a medallion to Jianchen at the gates of the royal capital and warned Jianchen. Jianchen entered the royal capital with the medallion. What dense origin energy! The origin energy here is several times denser than in the Dong'an province. Not only is there a sizable divine crystal mine below the royal capital, but the formations in the royal capital have gathered all the origin energy in a radius of 10 million kilometers. What extravagance! Jianchen walked through the streets of the royal capital as he studied the surroundings with interest. He also observed the layout of the royal capital. His current comprehension of the laws of the sword had reached the level of a late overgod, so his vision was incomparable to the past. With just a single glance, he could see many things that were hidden. The entire royal capital is enveloped by an extremely colossal formation. Every single street and even every single store here is connected to the formation, so the defenses of the royal capital are impregnable. Even if overgods fight in the royal capital, they won't be able to cause any damage to the structures. This is because the colossal defensive formation has reached the level of the divine king. Only divine kings can get through it. Moreover, apart from the defensive formation, there are also trapping formations and killing formations. With the protection of these formations, even if divine king experts come to make trouble in the royal capital, they'll probably suffer the consequences. Jianchen sighed in amazement from the bottom of his heart. Even he was amazed by the power of the royal capital. He thought that if the formations in the Dong'an province were as powerful as this, he would truly have nothing to worry about. At this moment, Jianchen came to a halt. He subconsciously looked at a store that he was about to pass by. The 3 words "True Sword Pavilion" immediately appeared in Jianchen's eyes. The words were written in a flamboyant style, and a sharp sword chi seemed to surge out from them. The True Sword Pavilion was clearly a store that specialized in selling flying swords. Jianchen hesitated slightly before entering without any hesitation. There were all sorts of flying swords displayed in the True Sword Pavilion. A few people gathered in groups of 2s and 3s in the large shop. They were currently inspecting the flying swords in a gentlemanly manner, sometimes shaking their heads in disappointment and sometimes nodding in praise. A few beautiful women received customers politely with professional smiles. They introduced the flying swords one by one with great patience. A group of people caught the most attention among them. They had basically become the center of attention in the True Sword Pavilion, attracting everyone's gazes. They were 2 women and a young man. One of the women had a face that could cause the downfall of a country. Not only was she devastatingly beautiful, her temperament was extremely outstanding, and there was also an extraordinary aura around her. Her expression was gentle, and she looked gentle and quiet. Just a glance at her would give people a warm feeling in their hearts. The other woman also had an extraordinary appearance, and her expression was filled with an undisguised arrogance. Her slightly curled lips seemed to show that she was a woman with a fierce tongue. As for the young man, he was dressed in luxurious robes. He was extremely handsome, but his face was filled with arrogance. He seemed rather condescending. It was obvious with a single glance that he was a profligate son of an aristocratic clan. The three of them were accompanied by a few guards. Even though the guards were only at peak reciprocity, it was possible to tell that the three of them were anything but ordinary. At this moment, the young man smiled seductively as he whispered to the gentle-looking woman. His eyes were filled with undisguised adoration. Chapter 2142. Primordial Realm? Huayan snorted coldly. His eyes were extremely cold as he growled, "We need to properly investigate this matter, and see just which primordial realm expert is bold enough to oppose our heavenly demon religion like this. If it were a battle between primordial realm experts, it wouldn't be a big deal even if they lost. However, as a primordial realm expert, they actually laid their hands on a divine king. Our heavenly demon religion will never let this matter go. We will definitely pursue this matter to the end." Huayan stared at the divine king sternly when he reached there. He said, "Pingtian, let go of Yashi Lian." The divine king smiled. "Huayan, it looks like Yashi Lian holds quite a high position in your heart from how anxious you are." With that, the divine king could not help but tighten his grip on Yashi Lian's head. Primordial realm laws vaguely condensed as he threatened Huayan, "It's not impossible for me to let go of Yashi Lian, but your heavenly demon religion has to withdraw immediately." "Withdraw? That's impossible," Huayan said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. In particular, when he looked at Jianshan, there was heavy killing intent. If it were not for the fact that the primordial realm expert behind Jianshan had captured Yashi Lian today, Huayan would never have been forced into such a passive situation. All of this was caused by Jianshan. We can't let go of Jianshan. Let's not even talk about how great of a problem he will become once he matures. Just the matter of Yashi Lian is unforgivable. Huayan was filled with killing intent. At that moment, he was tempted to ignore the divine king's obstruction and directly charge over to kill Jianshan. However, Yashi Lian was in the divine king's hands, so he did not dare to act recklessly. "Since your heavenly demon religion refuses to withdraw, I can only disregard my status and personally kill the commander of the 7th Army of the heavenly demon religion. That way, I can weaken your heavenly demon religion's strength." The divine king's voice became cold. It was filled with determined killing intent. He was a decisive person. Since they could not come to an agreement, he would not spare Yashi Lian's life. "Stop!" Just when the divine king was about to kill Yashi Lian, Vice Leader Huayan suddenly called out. The divine king was emotionless. Powerful primordial realm laws had already gathered around his finger that remained on Yashi Lian's head. "Huayan, have you made up your mind?" Emperor Hirata asked, glaring at Huayan. "Pingtian, I'll tell you the truth. You can't kill Yashi Lian. If you really do, your divine kingdom of Pingtian will be destroyed. This is because Yashi Lian is the direct disciple of one of the 8 elders, the Fox Saint Elder. At the same time, she's his only disciple. You should be able to guess just how great her status in the Fox Saint Elder's heart is," Huayan said sternly. "The Fox Saint Elder?" The divine king frowned. His understanding of the heavenly demon religion was limited to the branch on the cloud plane. However, the Fox Saint Elder had clearly surpassed the branch on the cloud plane. "I never thought she would actually be the Fox Saint Elder's direct disciple. Pingtian, you really can't kill Yashi Lian. This is because once the Fox Saint Elder arrives, no one in the southern region, other than the Eternal Blood Sun dynasty, is a match for him in the ancient dynasties." At this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out in the divine king's head. The divine king knew who the voice belonged to. It was a primordial realm ancestor of the imperial family of the Heavenly Moon Empire. He watched over the imperial family and used the powerful senses of the soul of a primordial realm expert to communicate with him from extremely far away. The divine king thought quickly. He said to Huayan, "So what if she's the Fox Saint Elder's direct disciple? Casualties are unavoidable in a battle between two armies. If the Fox Saint Elder really is bold enough to come, do you think the Blood Sun Empire will just turn a blind eye to it? It's impossible for me to yield to her for no reason." Huayan's face became uneasy. Only after a very long moment of silence did he say, "Ping Tian, it's impossible for us to retreat. However, I can give you 7 days to recuperate as a condition of exchanging for Yashi Lian." Huayan was helpless after being forced into such a situation. Yashi Lian's identity was just too special. If anything happened to her here, he would not be able to bear the consequences. 7 days is too short. A month, the Divine King said coldly. 10 days. Huayan said coldly. In the end, the two sides agreed to a ceasefire of half a month. Although half a month was very short, it was a great buffer for the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian. It allowed them to make more preparations. Whether it was the battle between the overgods or the battle between the divine kings, they all stopped at that moment. The overgods and divine kings on both sides all returned to their respective camp. However, their numbers had decreased drastically compared to before the battle began. Over a third of the overgods had died, and several divine kings had died as well. However, when they saw Jianchen standing beside the divine king, many of them were filled with deep surprise. "Brother, this is fantastic. I knew you'd be fine." Siyu rushed over to Jianchen as soon as possible. Undisguised joy and joy filled her face. At this moment, Siyu was covered in blood. Many wounds had appeared on her body, making her look vicious and terrifying. Behind her, Houston, Ruijin, Honglian, Blackfish, and so on all let out a sigh of relief when they saw Jianchen return safely. They all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They were all injured to varying degrees. In particular, Blackfish was the most heavily injured. Let's go back first." Jianchen did not exchange too many pleasantries. He vanished from the fortress with them as soon as possible. There was a camp within the fortress. Many divine halls stood at the center of the camp. Every single divine hall represented a large organization. The Divine King had set up a divine hall in the divine kingdom of Pingtian as a place for everyone to rest. Jianchen directly entered the divine hall with Siyu and the others. He directly arrived in a secret room and took out the best healing pills he had purchased from the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty. "These pills are all of extraordinary quality. Consume them quickly and heal your wounds," Jianchen said to everyone. Sacred Feather and the others did not stand on ceremony. They directly picked up the saint healing pills and swallowed them. They began to recover from their injuries and the overused origin energy. "Brother, someone has taken Sister Mu-Er away," Siyu said. He became rather depressed as soon as he mentioned this. "What? Someone has taken Mu-Er away?" Jianchen was stunned. A shocking light shone from his eyes as a powerful presence radiated from him. "What's going on? Who took Mu-Er away?" "It's a sect called the Taoist Sect of Divine Sound." They explained everything in a few simple sentences. The Skyfire Plane, the Taoist Sect of Divine Sound. Jianchen instead calmed down after learning about what had happened. He murmured softly before raising his head to look at the ceiling of the secret room. His gaze seemed to be able to see through all obstructions and into outer space. He saw the Skyfire Plane that was extremely distant from the Cloud Plane, where he had never even heard of it before. "Mu-Er, I will come and find you. That day won't be too far away." Jianchen secretly made up his mind. Chapter 2143. This chapter has nothing to do with the contents, please do not read it. The correct content is in. At the same time, the heavenly primogenitor was seated in front of the stage, while the second-generation disciples and third-generation disciples sat quietly below him. He looked at the disciples he had carefully selected. Every one of them had been carefully selected. Perhaps it was because he had been too protective of them that they were basically safe, for the sake of creating a barrier between them and their brothers. However, seeing that his senior and junior brothers had left for the primordial world, he could only rely on himself to control the three factions. He could not let these disciples go overboard. The primordial Lord of Heaven nodded at the white crane child behind him. The white crane boy immediately rang the bell in front of the palace, telling the disciples to be quiet. Your great Uncle Master, third Uncle Master, and some other untainted universe mighty figures are going to the chaos to meet Shan Yuan and seek opportunities. When he left, he entrusted it to me and asked me to take care of it. Remember, the three sects are one family. You can't find trouble with the Jie sect during this period of time. Otherwise, I will punish you severely. At this moment, a jade talisman flew towards the primordial heavenly lord. Yuanshi Tianzuan took the jade talisman and couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi had seen Shan Luo at Golden Ao Island before. In Heavenly Lord Yuanshi's eyes, that child had good potential and extraordinary background. Tongtian's intention was to find a backer for Shan Luo so that he would not be bullied by others. It could be seen how much Tongtian liked Shan Luo. Teacher, I would like to follow Uncle Master and third Uncle Master to search for opportunities in the chaos. After all, the chaos sacred positions are full, and there will be 2 divine Tao saints. I do not cultivate the divine Tao. I hope you can allow me. Yun Zhongzi stood up from his seat and bowed to primordial heavenly lord. You have to think this through. Dangers are everywhere in the primal chaos. Everywhere in the primal chaos there is a bone. Although there are opportunities, the dangers are even greater. With me here in the Your Wilds, there's no need to risk your life in the primal chaos. The primordial Lord of Heaven looked at Yun Zhongxian. This disciple of his was blessed with great fortune. He had survived the investiture of the gods and the other tribulations. It could be said that he had remained untouched by the myriad of tribulations. The primordial Lord of Heaven truly didn't want him to risk his life in the primordial chaos. Teacher, how can we, cultivators of the Tao, be at peace forever? Calamities accompany this opportunity. For the sake of pursuing the great Tao, so what if 10,000 calamities befall us? I hope Teacher can grant my wish. Forget it. Since you want to go, then go. I'll give my Panga banner to your third martial uncle. Take this jade scepter with you. Primeval Lord of Heaven handed the jade scepter to Yun Zhongzi and began to explain the Tao. There was no 60-year cycle in the mountains, but a dream could last 1,000 years. 100 years was nothing more than a nap in the eyes of the cultivators. The bell that the Purple Cloud Palace used to summon everyone spread throughout the myriad of worlds once again. Countless mighty figures headed to the Purple Cloud Palace. Basically, there were 1 to 200 people in the Chaos Bell. Hong Jun, who had not moved for 10,000 years, walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace with the half-black and half-purple meditation cushion. Greetings, teacher. Seeing Hong Jun come out, everyone lowered their heads and bowed. Yes, I cast a spell. Through the guidance of fate, I let you find Shan Yuan. After Hong Jun said that, he threw the futon into the chaos. The fate of all things in the world is impermanent. The river of destiny appears. With Hong Jun's words, a river that reached the heavens appeared. Every wave and bubble constantly evolved the life of every person. Due to Hong Jun's suppression, the mighty figures could hardly see the river of destiny. Now that Hong Jun had summoned it, everyone carefully looked at the river of destiny and searched for their destiny. Just as everyone cast their gazes in, the entire river of destiny was shrouded in clouds. Even the divine eyes that could see through the 9 heavens and 9 netherworlds couldn't see through the seemingly thin fog. Everyone knew that Hong Jun was preventing them from seeing their destiny, so they retracted their gazes. The meditation cushion gently swept across the river of destiny, bringing with it wisps of water vapor. A huge purple bubble appeared. There was a huge mountain engraved on it that was completely purple. This was a projection bubble of Shan Yuan. The purple nobility represented Shan Yuan's noble identity. The meditation cushion passed through the steam drum and stopped in the chaos. Destiny tracking. Hong Jun looked at the meditation cushion that had passed through the steam drum of the river of destiny. He tapped his finger and the meditation cushion began to fly into the chaos. You can follow the meditation cushion. This is a hand seal. If you can control the meditation cushion, Hong Jun said indifferently. Then, he gave a simple hand seal. After bidding farewell to Hong Jun, everyone began to step onto the road of chaos in the direction of the meditation cushion, searching for the divine tree world that Shan Yuan was in. At that moment, Shan Yuan still didn't know that a group of top mighty figures in the primordial world had gone to the chaos to find him. He also didn't realize that he had been schemed against by the heavenly demon. He kept feeling that he had been angry during this period of time and had a bad temper. This was because a small matter could trigger his nameless anger. Every time he was angry, he felt curious. This might have something to do with him accepting the inheritance of the heavenly demon. In order to not be angry at others and find his pure Tao heart, Shan Yuan had no choice but to come to the chaos alone to evolve his great Tao and purify his Tao heart. He wanted his Tao heart to be spotless and not be tainted by worldly affairs. However, what Shan Yuan didn't know was that when he was alone in the chaos, wisps of demonic aura seeped out from his spiritual sea and enveloped Shan Yuan's entire body. They slowly tried to stimulate the memories hidden in the depths of Shan Yuan. The loneliness in his previous life and the struggle in this life. In his previous life, he hated everything. Because he was weak, he could only pretend to be noble. He hated why he had taken away his parents' lives and let him live alone. He lived a lonely life without a single friend and was forever alone. He envied the children who picked him up from school, but so what? Fate was full of hardships. Hatred was only hidden in the depths of his heart. In this life, although he was born noble, he knew the fate of Jie school after joining it. He didn't dare to tell anyone, afraid that he would anger the heavenly Tao. When the God-confirmant tribulation approached, the fear in his heart couldn't be told to others. He originally wanted to hide in the heavens, but he was afraid. He was afraid of losing his friends and his lover. However, even if he knew too much, he couldn't tell his teacher. Sad scenes from his previous life and this life all showed Shan Yuan's hatred. Chapter 2144. If that's the case, I'll be taking this person back, said the Divine King. He was decisive and was about to capture Mu Ku immediately. However, just when the Divine King was about to take action, the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect suddenly said, Ping Tian, don't you think it's a little unfair for a primordial realm expert like you to take action against a Divine King? The Divine King frowned when he heard that. He said emotionlessly, Sang Tu, what do you mean by that? Do you want Jianshan to take on a divine king as an overgod? It's rumored that although Jianshan hasn't attempted the overgod's plaque, he's so powerful that he can take on the supreme overgods who rank first on the overgod's plaque. Moreover, not long ago, he had even defeated a god king in the northern region. As a result, it'll be rather fair for Jianshan to fight Mu Ku, the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect said calmly. Then he looked at the Divine King and continued, although Mu Ku is a Divine King, he's only an early Divine King, and he's not a Divine King. As a result, if you take action, you'll lose your dignity. Mu Ku, the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect, looked towards Mu Ku. His face was filled with unquestionable dignity. Ancestor. Elder Mu Ku bowed politely. Mu Ku, on the battlefield between the divine kingdom of Ping Tian and the heavenly demon religion, your disciples disregarded the bigger picture and attacked people from their alliance regardless of the situation. As their master, you don't restrain your disciples properly, allowing them to commit such a great mistake. You can't just resign. You need to give Jianchen an explanation for this, said the ancestor. Yes, ancestor, Muku replied politely. He dared not disobey at all. Jianchen, the explanation I'll give you is for you to fight Muku to the death. What do you think? The ancestor said to Jianchen. Jianchen stood up and stared at the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect with shining eyes. Not only was there no fear on his face, but there was even some sharpness instead. He said coldly, since that's the case, let me see just how powerful your Earth Spirit sect's divine king is. Jianchen glared fiercely at Elder Muku. A powerful sword intent radiated from his body as he coldly said, Muku, come out and fight. Sharpness filled Elder Mu's eyes as well. He said, Old Man would also like to see the supreme prodigy who is rumored to be ranked first on the Overgod's plaque. I want to see if he's really as powerful as the rumors say, where he can defeat the divine king as an Overgod. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Muku walked out of the hall. Muku, you can only lose this battle. You can't win. However, at this moment, the ancestor's voice rang out in Muku's head secretly. The voice came from an infinite prime who had reached the Divine King many years ago. Even the Divine King did not know what it said, let alone the other Divine King elders. Because of that, only Muku was able to hear the voice transmission clearly. Elder Muku immediately stiffened. His expression changed a few times rapidly before returning to normal. He felt sorrowful inside. There were many rings of various sizes in the Earth Spirit sect. They were specially used for disciples to spar. At this moment, Jianchen and Elder Muku faced one another on the largest ring. The entire ring had been enveloped by a barrier personally cast down by the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect. The barrier was so powerful that it was difficult for the Divine King to get through. It could easily endure the shockwaves from the battle inside. Basically, all the elders of the Earth Spirit sect had gathered around the ring. Even the elders who were in seclusion emerged and came to watch the battle. If it were a battle between a divine king and a divine king, the elders would not have paid so much attention to it. However, if it was a battle between a supreme overgod who was said to be first on the overgod's plaque against a divine king, it would be enough to attract the attention of many divine kings. Even primordial realm experts would pay some attention to it. Muku's face was extremely sunken as he stood on the stage. The message from the ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect still echoed in his head. A single sentence from the ancestor had directly ended his life, filling him with despair. I really never thought that not only would my disciples fail to kill Jianchen when I ordered them to attack Jianchen, but they would even be doomed. They would be mercilessly abandoned by the sect. Our disciples have been humiliated. Isn't it the humiliation of our Earth Spirit sect? Old Man's actions were completely for the sake of reclaiming the dignity of the Earth Spirit sect. He didn't want others to use the name of the Earth Spirit sect to make a name for themselves, but in the end, he sent himself to his death. Elder Mu sighed inside. At this moment, his heart was filled with indescribable bitterness. But soon afterwards, his gaze became extremely cold. A powerful pressure that belonged to the Divine King realm radiated from his body, and the laws turned into divine chains that revolved around him. He stared at Jianchen with shining eyes and thought, Old Man is a Divine King realm expert. Even if I can't win this battle, I can't let Jianchen win so easily. Old Man will still use his full strength in this battle. Elder Mu moved. He wielded a wooden staff as he charged towards Jianchen with surging battle intent. His terrifying cultivation of the Divine King realm surged out from his body, condensing on the wooden staff in his hand in a single instance. With the laws on the level of the Divine King, he stabbed it towards Jianchen with overwhelming force. Elder Mu did not hold back at all. He used his full strength, causing the strike to be extraordinarily powerful. When he struck out with the wooden staff, the terrifying energy within it actually affected the space in the ring, causing it to distort. Outside the ring, The ancestor of the Earth Spirit sect and the Divine King both frowned slightly. The two of them could naturally tell that Mu Ku was using his full strength. They had no idea whether Jianshan could really deal with Mu Ku when he was so powerful. Although it was rumored that Jianshan had defeated a Divine King in the northern region, it was only a rumor in the end. In reality, they had no idea whether the rumor was exaggerated or whether the Divine King was injured or not. As for being able to contend with the Supreme Overgod, who ranked first on the Overgod's plaque, that was only used to describe Jianshan's strength. Jianshan had not even attempted the Overgod's plaque after all. Just what was his ranking on the Overgod's plaque with his true strength? Did he really have the right to contend with the person who ranked first? None of this had been decided yet. Does this Mu Ku want to go against me? The Earth Spirit Sect's ancestor's heart sank slightly. Specks of cold light flickered in his deep, ink-black eyes. Jianshan's face did not change at all as he faced Elder Mu Ku's aggressive strike. He wielded the startling rainbow sword and protected himself with light as he stabbed out with composure. The strike was simple and plain, without any extravagance at all. However, the simple strike contained extremely deep mysteries of the laws of the sword, and it was compatible with the laws of the sword. Coupled with the powerful and destructive chaotic force, the might of Jianshan's strike had completely surpassed the level of Overgods. It had barely reached the level of the Divine King. Chapter 2149. Qianlong, you cast down the heavens blockade formation. I'll get through it. We have to hurry up now. We have to collect as many God-tier heavenly resources as possible before those people return to the divine medicinal garden. Jianshan said urgently. These God-tier heavenly resources were just far too important to him because they represented a tremendous amount of wealth. They were directly related to his plans to go to the Skyfire Plain and Profound Ice Plain. With the assistance of the Anata Tower, Jianshan and the others got through the formations several times faster. They only needed 4 hours to get through the formations that would have taken them 20 hours before. Their method of getting through the formations was very simple. Qianlong would cast down a heavens blockade formation for each God-tier heavenly resource to cut off the energy of the formations. Afterwards, Jianshan would smash the formations with the Anata Tower, instantly exhausting 70 or 80% of the formation's energy. Jianshan, Kea, and Xiao Zheng would work together to constantly attack the formations until they ran out of energy. It's a pity that I can't control every bit of the Anata Tower's power perfectly, so I can't smash it a second time. Otherwise, I could have just used the Anata Tower a few times and smashed through the formation in a single stroke. It would have been much faster. Jianshan felt some pity as he looked at the small, damaged tower in his hand that had shrunk to the size of a palm. In the following period of time, Jianshan and the others busied themselves collecting God-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. They completely forgot about the time. They could basically harvest 5 or more God-tier heavenly resources every single day, so in just a little over a month, they had collected over 100 God-tier heavenly resources of various grades. During this period of time, Kea, Qianlong, and Xiao Zheng had to stop several times because they had consumed too much origin energy. They used supreme-grade divine crystals to recover their origin energy. Only Jianshan consumed his origin energy at an extremely slow rate due to the special chaotic force he cultivated. As a result, he did not consume any energy in the past month. However, he could vaguely sense that the chaotic Niden in his dantian had clearly shrunk compared to before. Sigh, what bad luck! There were so many divine kings, but they actually lost to a mere overgod, allowing that mere overgod to obtain that chaotic prime's legacy. Yeah, I really can't accept this. This is a legacy left behind by a chaotic prime. Even if we can't obtain it, it would be good if another divine king could obtain it. I never thought that an overgod would obtain it in the end, but that overgod won't have it easy either. The legacy of a chaotic prime is not that easy to obtain. There are quite a few divine kings outside the legacy. Once she emerges from the legacy, those divine kings will never spare her. Who cares about that? Our talent is limited anyway. The difference between us and those supreme prodigies is just too great. The legacies of chaotic primes are just too insignificant to us. Let's just stay in the divine medicinal garden obediently and obtain a flower of ways so that we can prepare for breaking through to the primordial realm. At this moment, 5 men and women of varying ages walked in from outside as they conversed. They directly arrived in the divine medicinal garden. But soon, the 5 of them were stunned. Their gazes all gathered in front of them, all looking in the same direction. There, a small tower that was 10 meters tall was floating in the air. This small pagoda was very dilapidated. Every floor of the 9-story pagoda was covered with sword scars. It was almost destroyed beyond recognition. However, even though the tower was extremely damaged, the presence it gave off was extremely powerful. It made the 5 of them feel extremely pressured and suffocated. Boom! Under the gazes of the 5 of them, the small pagoda smashed into the formation below with a force as vast as a mountain. With a muffled sound, the energy maintaining the formation weakened at an inconceivable rate. Heavens, am I seeing things? Just a single strike from the tower has drained 80% of the formation's energy. The 5 of them were stunned on the spot as they felt the energy flow from the formation. Soon after, they looked towards the small pagoda, their eyes filled with intense heat. A god artifact for destroying formations. That's basically a god artifact for destroying formations. With just this god artifact, the formations protecting the god-tier heavenly herbs are basically useless. Over a dozen flowers of ways are gone. Not a single one is left. Have the 4 of them taken them all? The 5 people from the same organization all cried out. They were overjoyed as they stared at Jianchen. The 10-meter-tall tower had already shrunk to the size of a hand. Jianchen held it in his hand. Jianchen turned around with the Anata tower in his hand. He stared at the 5 people who had just entered the garden coldly. Chanlong, Kea, and Xiaojing stopped destroying the formations as well. They also looked at the 5 people with rather sunken faces. There were 3 men and 2 women. Aside from the woman who was a mid-divine king, the other 4 were late divine king. It would not be difficult for them to kill all of them with their strength, but they would not be able to stop them from fleeing. The light in the older, middle-aged man's eyes flickered by an undetectable flicker after checking the cultivation of Jianchen's group. He immediately clasped his fist at Jianchen's group and said, "We come from the White Cloud sect on the Skyfire Plain. Greetings." The Skyfire Plain? You come from the Skyfire Plain? A smear of surprise immediately appeared in Jianchen's eyes when he heard that. The middle-aged man was surprised by Jianchen's reaction. He smiled. "That's right. We come from the Skyfire Plain. Are you fellows from the Skyfire Plain as well?" "I don't come from the Skyfire Plain. It's just that I have a close relative on the Skyfire Plain," said Jianchen as the light in his eyes flickered. The middle-aged man chuckled aloud. "It looks like we do have some fate with you. Now that the Chaotic Prime's legacy has an owner, the people who have left the divine medicinal garden will return before long. You don't have much time left." At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment before continuing, "With your strength, even if you have a formation-breaking magic treasure, the amount of divine herbs you can harvest in the following period of time will be very limited. However, we're willing to help you get through the formations. We just hope that we can get a flower of ways from you." "Sure." After a moment of hesitation, Jianchen agreed in the end. One reason was because they came from the Skyfire Plain, so he wanted to learn some information about the Taoist sect of divine sound from them. The other reason was because he was not completely confident in keeping the 5 of them here. As long as a single one of them managed to escape, it would cause a lot of trouble. Afterwards, with the addition of the 5 divine king from the White Cloud sect, Jianchen and the others got through the formations even faster. The formations that originally required 4 hours were shortened to under an hour. In just a single day, they got through over a dozen formations and obtained over a dozen God-tier heavenly resources. However, due to the addition of outsiders, both Jianchen and Kea remained cautious. They held back the strength they displayed, only unleashing the strength of an early divine king. What a profound formation! It can actually sever the connection between the formations and the world, preventing them from being replenished by the power of the Azure Poseidon Palace. The 5 divine kings from the White Cloud sect also sighed in amazement at Chanlong's formations. However, when they looked at the Anata Tower, their gazes were filled with extremely well-hidden desire and greed. P.S. There's still one more chapter. It will be updated later. At the same time, please listen to Xiaoyao's message. After the daily update, Xiaoyao will notify you through the message. Search Xingxingxiao 110. Chapter 2150. Jianchen, Kea, Xiaozheng, and Chanlong did not seem to notice the burning desire in the gazes of the divine king from the White Cloud sect. They were all focused on getting through the formations and collecting as many God-tier heavenly resources as possible. During this time, a few people returned to the divine medicinal garden one after another. Without any exception, none of them met a good end. They were all killed by the god-kings of the White Cloud sect who volunteered to kill them. Ever since the divine king from the White Cloud sect began working with Jianchen's group, Jianchen and Kea were only responsible for unleashing the battle prowess of a divine king obediently, exhausting the energy of the formations diligently to deal with the other cultivators who had entered the divine medicinal garden. Naturally, there were a few of the 5 divine kings from the White Cloud sect who believed their cultivation to be greater. Eldering, I feel like there's something off about the people called Jianchen. After killing the 2 groups of warriors that had entered the divine medicinal garden, the woman with the weakest cultivation among the 5 divine kings of the White Cloud sect sent a sound transmission to the middle-aged man. Elder Ing was the middle-aged man who had spoken to Jianchen earlier. He was the most powerful elder of the White Cloud sect. If he fought alone, none of the late divine king elders in the White Cloud sect would be his opponent. As a result, Elder Ing naturally became the backbone of the 5. Elder Shi, what's wrong? Elder Ing asked. They were communicating secretly. Aside from the 2 of them, even the other 3 people from the White Cloud sect were unable to hear what they were saying. Elder Ing, don't you think they're too calm? They don't fear us at all. Even when we killed the divine king who had entered the divine medicinal garden earlier, their expressions did not change at all. Elder Shi said secretly as she studied Jianchen's group. Haha, Elder Shi, you can see that they only know how to break the array formation. From this point alone, you can already see that they are not as calm as they appear to be. The calmness you see in your eyes is just a facade, a reflection of the nervousness in their hearts. Moreover, the 4 of them are only early divine king. Do you really think they can do anything? Elder Ing said indifferently. He did not take Jianchen's group seriously at all. But, there's no buts. Elder Shi, do you really not have any confidence in us? The 4 of us are late divine king, while you're a mid-divine king. Do you really think we can't deal with the 4 of them? Elder Ing interrupted Elder Shi rather impatiently. Elder Shi said nothing more. She glanced at Jianchen's group from time to time. She had a vague feeling that Jianchen's group was not faking their calmness. It was as if they really did not take them seriously at all. However, when Elder Shi reached this conclusion, even she found it rather hard to believe. She had already used the secret techniques of the White Cloud sect to observe Jianchen's group. They were indeed only early divine king. How could 4 early divine king pose any threat to them? Jianchen had also asked about the situation of the Taoist sect of divine sound. However, to his disappointment, their sects were too far away from the Taoist sect of divine sound, so their knowledge was extremely limited. Apart from the fact that the Taoist sect of divine sound was located in the central region of the Skyfire Plain, they knew nothing else. As the formations were destroyed one by one, Jianshan's group collected more and more heavenly resources. Whenever they collected a new heavenly resource, the hearts of the 5 divine king from the White Cloud sect would beat faster. They suppressed their deep excitement and passion. It was as if the person collecting the heavenly resources was not Jianshan but themselves. Another 3 divine kings have come. One of them is a late divine king. At this moment, Elder Ying's face sank slightly. He left Jianshan, Kea, and the others to continue destroying the formations while the 5 of them directly went up to fight. They had purposefully chosen the only entrance for the battle. They were not afraid that Jianshan's group would take advantage of the chaos to flee. So you've been secretly harvesting heavenly resources here, and you even want to silence me. Don't even think about it. A late divine king who fought against the elders of the White Cloud sect understood everything in the divine medicinal garden very soon. He bellowed out and did not linger in the battle any longer. He fled as quickly as he could while paying the price of being heavily injured. God damn it, we let him escape, the elders of the White Cloud sect said resentfully. The elders of the White Cloud sect said resentfully before killing the 2 other god kings mercilessly. They arrived before Jianshan with ashen faces. The news of this place will be leaked very soon. Once others know that we have a large amount of divine-level heavenly treasures in our hands, they will definitely not let us go. They will attack us as a group. We have to leave this place immediately. Elder Ying said in a deep voice, his expression very ugly. Jianshan's group understood the severity of the matter as well. They immediately stopped destroying the formations and stowed away the Anata Tower before leaving with the 5 of them. Chanlong removed the Heavens Blockade formation as well. Without it, the formation that had lost 80% of its energy immediately began to absorb the energy of the Poseidon Palace to replenish itself. There was a dwelling several 100,000 kilometers away from the divine medicinal garden. The entire dwelling was enveloped by an extremely powerful formation, pulsing with powerful energy. Many godhood cultivators gathered outside the formation, ranging from overgods to divine kings. There were even a few gods among them. With so many of us here, I refuse to believe she can take away the Chaotic Prime's legacy. She can only blame her cultivation for being too low. She's only an overgod. Not only will the Chaotic Prime's legacy not bring her any benefits, but it'll even lead to death. The group of divine kings stood guard outside the formation. They spoke sternly as they sneered viciously. They all stared into the dwelling. At the outermost edge of the crowd, there was a little girl of only 15 or 16 years of age. She wore plain clothes and stood gracefully beside a large tree. Her eyes were also closely staring into the cave dwelling. Her expression was filled with nervousness. Sister Ziyun, you can't let anything happen to you. You can't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. The girl clenched her hands tightly as she constantly prayed inside. She was extremely worried, and her delicate face had become rather pale from fright. Her cultivation was extremely low, only at the mortal realm. She had only just become an Earth Saint Master. Let alone the godhood experts gathered here, but even the shock waves from battles between Origin Realm experts were enough to kill a weak existence like her instantly. It was extremely dangerous for her to stand there. Fortunately, no battles had erupted in the surroundings of the dwelling. At this moment, a blood-soaked divine king flew over with lightning speed. He called out from very far away, "Someone possesses a treasure that specializes in breaking through various formations. They're wantonly collecting god-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. A quarter of the entire garden has been emptied out. Not a single flower of ways remains. If you want the heavenly resources, stop them immediately. If you waste any more time, they'll definitely empty out the entire garden." What? A quarter of the entire garden has been emptied out? Are you serious? There are over 1,000 heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. A quarter has been emptied out. Doesn't that mean over 200 heavenly resources have been taken away? Heavens, when the Azure Poseidon Palace opened in the past, only a few heavenly resources were taken away at most. A quarter has been emptied out all of a sudden. The words of the Divine King immediately caused all the Divine Kings in the surroundings to gasp. Their faces were filled with shock. There were also some people who did not believe him. They doubted him, believing that he had ulterior motives. He was probably connected to the Overgod who had obtained the legacy and wanted to draw them away. Chapter 21:51. The God-Nigma Plain was a rather famous plain among the 49 great plains of the Saints' world because it was where the God clan resided. At the same time, it was their main base. The entire plain was under the rule of the God clan. Even though there were many clans that did not belong to the God clan, they still reigned supreme. This was because the God clan was a peak clan in the Saints' world. When the war god of the God clan was still alive, the God clan was the undisputed greatest clan and organization in the Saints' world. Even though the war god of the God clan was dead now, the God clan remained glorious. This was not only because of the God clan's heritage. More importantly, it was because the war gods of the God clan would appear generation after generation. When the first war god died, the God clan would give birth to a second war god several 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years later. Who knew how many generations had passed since then? Moreover, there would only be a single war god in each generation. There would never be two war gods at the same time. At this moment, a burly, golden-skinned young man sat in the main seat within a majestic war god hall within the main camp of the god race on the God-Nigma Plain. Around a dozen people of various ages stood below the young man. They were all respectful. These people of various ages were all members of the upper echelon of the God clan. They possessed great authority. If they were outside, they would be peak experts who could reign over an entire region. However, they all stood politely before the burly young man who was clearly only a divine king. He had not reached the primordial realm yet. If Jianshan were here, he would definitely recognize the young man with a single glance. He was his close friend whom he had not seen for many years, Tai Ta. Although Tai Ta had not reached the primordial realm yet, his bloodline from the warring gods clearly gave him a lofty status that did not match his strength at all. He had become the king of the God clan, the leader of the God clan. He wielded great authority, where he could make the entire Saints' world tremble with just a stomp of his foot. Reporting to the esteemed war god, the artifact spirit of the Blue Poseidon Palace has awakened. The Poseidon Palace is about to undergo a new master recognition ceremony. I wonder if our god race would like to participate? Below the Iron Tower, a middle-aged man cupped his hands and respectfully said, "Who is the strongest person in the Divine King's realm of the God clan?" Tai Ta asked in a dignified manner as he sat on the highest seat. Our god race currently occupies 3 spots on the throne of the Divine King, and the strongest is still Alidona. Alidona's body has already recovered. Although she hasn't reached the primordial realm yet, her 3,000,000 years of consolidation in the lower world has made her even more powerful than before. An old man replied politely from below. "Get Alidona to see me. Moreover, all of you are dismissed," said Tai Ta. "Yes, esteemed war god." Everyone in the hall bowed and retreated as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, only Tai Ta remained seated on the throne. Not long after, a devastatingly beautiful woman in her 20s wearing a woman's long dress walked gracefully to the war god temple with a respectful expression. Alidona greets the esteemed war god. Alidona knelt on one knee and bowed towards Tai Ta. This woman was the greatest divine king of the God clan, Alidona, who had her body destroyed by Shui Yunlan back on the Tian Yuan continent, leaving only her soul behind. Afterwards, she had used her surging life force to transform into the elven god tree. Not only was Alidona the person who received the war god, but she had also waited bitterly for over 3 million years before finally receiving the war god from the lower world to the saints' world. At the same time, when the Tian-Yuan continent faced the threat of the crisis of the world, when everyone had basically reached the end of their rope, Aladona had taken action. She had sacrificed 30% of her life force to stop the crisis, buying precious time for Jianshan and the others. In the end, Jianshan had completely destroyed the crisis with the assistance of all the experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. Without any exaggeration, it was all thanks to Aladona that all the living beings on the Tian-Yuan continent had managed to survive until now. Otherwise, even if Jianshan possessed the primordial godsilk, he would not have been able to completely destroy the evil spirit. The final outcome would have been the destruction of the entire world. Not only the 4 races, but even the world of Forsaken Saints would cease to exist. Now that Aladona had returned to the God clan in the Saints' world, her body that had been destroyed by Shui Yunlan had recovered as well. Not only had she returned to her peak condition, but her current strength had far exceeded what it had been in the past due to the accumulation of over 3 million years in the lower world. When Tai Ta looked at Aladona, his gaze became gentle. He would never forget how Aladona had helped him back on the Tian-Yuan continent. Even though Tai Ta had become the supreme king of the God clan and possessed great authority, he still remembered Aladona's kindness. "Aladona, do you still remember my brother from the lower world?" Tai Ta asked Aladona. "Are you referring to Jianshan, your majesty? That person's talent is unprecedented." "His talent is supreme, so of course I remember him," Aladona replied. She could not help but sigh in amazement when she thought of Jianshan from the Tian-Yuan continent. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Jianshan's talent as unprecedented. As the greatest divine king of the God clan, Aladona, who had seen many supreme prodigies in the saints' world, felt admiration. Tai Ta's eyes were filled with reminiscence. He said, "Jianshan and I are brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. It's just that after coming to the saints' world, I lost all contact with Jianshan, so I don't know any news about him. However, with my brother's talent and ability, even if he hasn't come to the saints' world yet, he'll probably come soon. Perhaps he's already somewhere in the saints' world. Aladona, you're the only person in the God clan who has seen my brother, so I'll leave the mission of finding him to you," Tai Ta said sternly. "Your Majesty, if you want to know where Jianshan is, why don't you ask the Hall Elders to divine where Jianshan is? With their abilities, it won't be too difficult to divine where Jianshan is," Aladona said. Hall Elders were also figures of great authority in the God clan. Every single one of them possessed extremely terrifying cultivation. They were people who stood at the apex of the God clan. Tai Ta shook his head. "There's no need to trouble the Hall Elders. I'm worried that they'll divine even more information. Aladona, go find Jianshan personally. Do this alone and don't take anyone else with you. Don't tell anyone about the 2 swords on Jianshan either." Tai Ta paused there before continuing. "I also know that the saints' world is vast. Finding my brother's whereabouts is thousands of times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. However, now that the artifact spirit of the Tsang, Poseidon Palace has awakened, the prodigies of various places will gather in the Tsang, Poseidon Palace. You can go to the Tsang, Poseidon Palace first to befriend them and use their power to find my brother. You need to let them all know that Jianshan is an esteemed guest of our God clan. With the reputation of our God clan, I think they'll take care of my brother when they come across him in the future. As for the secret of the 2 swords on my brother, you can tell from what he told me in the lower world. My brother also knows that the 2 swords are connected to great things, so he should keep it a secret. Of course, if you discover that the news of the 2 swords has been leaked, you have to kill everyone who knows about it before it spreads." Tai Ta warned Aladona seriously. Yes, Aladona knows what to do. Aladona left with the orders. She left the Godnigma plane with the great responsibility of the current queen of the God clan, embarking on a journey to find Jianchen. Due to Tai Ta's orders, Aladona set off alone. She did not take anyone with her. Otherwise, with her status as the greatest divine king of the God clan, she would have a large group of guards around her no matter where she went. There might even be primordial realm experts secretly accompanying her. Chapter 2152. The Skyfire Plain was a rather renowned place among the 49 great plains of the Saints' world. Compared to the Cloud Plain, which was also one of the 49 great plains, both in terms of overall strength and reputation, the Skyfire Plain was incomparable to the Cloud Plain. This was because a famed peak expert had once been born on the Skyfire Plain. His cultivation had reached the apex, and he was so powerful that many grand primes in the Saints' world would pale in fright at the mention of him. Not only was she known as one of the most powerful people below Grand Exalts in the past, but her way of music had also reached an unbelievable level. She wielded the renowned zither of the demonic cry and created the two tunes of the demonic and divine. When the two tunes were played, they could play the mysteries of the world and interfere with the workings of the heavenly ways. When the demonic song was played, it could steal the souls of all living things in the world, killing people without a trace. It could control the minds of grand primes, causing their expressions to change. No one knew the name of this supreme expert. They only knew that she came from the Taoist sect of divine sound on the Skyfire Plain, and her name was the Third Ancestor. Her name shook up the Saints' world, and she was a peak expert who stood at the apex of the Saints' world. It was because of the Third Ancestor that the Taoist sect of divine sound became the greatest organization on the Skyfire Plain. It possessed an extremely great status. However, good times did not last forever. After the Third Ancestor died over 3 million years ago, the Taoist sect of divine sound lost its right to be the greatest organization on the Skyfire Plain. It was replaced by another organization. This was because the glory of the Taoist sect of divine sound was all because of the Third Ancestor. Without the protection of the Third Ancestor, the Taoist sect of divine sound was not even close to being the greatest organization on the Skyfire Plain with its heritage, let alone remaining as the greatest organization on the Skyfire Plain. However, even with that being the case, the Taoist sect of divine sound still possessed a certain status on the Skyfire Plain. It was one of the great organizations on the Skyfire Plain. In particular, due to the influence of the Third Ancestor when she was still alive, the Taoist sect of divine sound still received the respect of many peak organizations that stood at the apex of the Skyfire Plain even though they had fallen from their position as the greatest organization. At this moment, within the Taoist sect of divine sound in the central region of the Skyfire Plain, there was a beautiful woman in a purple dress. She was so perfect that she seemed like a painting. She sat on the peak of a mountain shrouded in clouds. This woman appeared to be only in her 20s. Not only was her peerless appearance beautiful to the point of suffocation, but her temperament was also otherworldly. At first glance, it was as if she was truly an otherworldly fairy. The woman's enchanting eyes stared unblinkingly at the zither on her knees. Her expression was focused as her slender fingers gently plucked at the strings, producing a celestial melody. This beautiful woman was Shangguan Mu. Due to the zither of the demonic cry, Shangguan Mu stirred up all the upper echelon of the Taoist sect of divine sound as soon as she entered. She had even alarmed the ancestor who had been in seclusion for several 100,000 years. She emerged as soon as possible. This was because the zither of the demonic cry was the life-bound treasure of the Third Ancestor of the Taoist sect of divine sound. Ever since the Third Ancestor died, the zither of the demonic cry had vanished. As a result, when Shangguan Mu appeared in the Taoist sect of divine sound with the zither of the demonic cry, all the upper echelon of the Taoist sect of divine sound believed that it was the Third Ancestor's legacy. With her identity as the successor of the Third Ancestor, Shangguan Mu'er enjoyed an extremely special and lofty status in the Taoist sect of divine sound. She had even been personally nurtured by the ancestor of the Taoist sect of divine sound. Her status was only second to the sect master. At this moment, an extremely handsome man in white robes appeared behind Shangguan Mu. He held a jade flute engraved with the image of a dragon and phoenix. The man had arrived silently. He stood a few meters away as he stared at Shangguan Mu'er's back. Undisguised adoration and infatuation filled his eyes. Afterwards, the man elegantly placed the jade flute by his mouth and played it along with Shangguan Mu'er's melody. This man clearly had great attainments in music. Once the sound of the jade flute was emitted, it perfectly blended with the sound of the zither. That gentle and pleasing sound directly entered one's heart, causing a comfortable feeling to emerge from the depths of one's heart. The zither and the flute harmonized. Anyone who saw this would think that they were an immortal couple. It was enviable. However, the harmony between the zither and the flute did not continue. The moment the flute sounded, the zither music suddenly stopped. Only the gentle and pleasing sound of the flute slowly spread out and reverberated in the mountain peak. Shangguan Mu'er had already stopped playing. She frowned slightly and said, "Senior Kong, why have you come?" Shangguan Mu'er's voice was cold and emotionless. It was filled with a sense of unapproachable coldness. The man was called Jun Kong. His master was one of the 4 ancestors of the Taoist sect of divine sound. His talent was astonishing. Not only was he a dazzling new star in the Taoist sect of divine sound, but he was also a supreme prodigy renowned across the Skyfire Plain. Moreover, Jun Kong had already deeply engraved his name on the Divine King's throne 100 years ago. He was truly a supreme divine king. Jun Kong did not continue playing the flute when he saw Shangguan Mu'er stop playing. He looked at Shangguan Mu'er's back gently and said with a gentle voice, "Junior Mu'er, why have you suddenly stopped? The scenery here is so elegant, like a paradise. Why don't we play a song together so that our way of music can make this fairy-like scenery even more charming? I like to be alone. I don't want to be disturbed, so please go back, Senior Kong," Shangguan Mu'er said coldly without even looking back. Jun Kong did not leave. He stared at Shangguan Mu'er's back deeply. His gaze was filled with love, but there were also mixed feelings. He sighed gently. "Junior Mu'er, ever since you came to the Taoist sect of divine sound, I've never seen you smile. You're always sunken, as if you have a lot on your mind. Are you still thinking about that person on the distant cloud plain? Have you not forgotten about him? That's my own matter. There's no need to trouble Senior Kong with it," said Shangguan Mu. "Junior Mu'er, if you really are still thinking about that person, I can only advise you to forget about him as soon as possible. I've just received news that the person called Jianshan on the distant cloud plain has already died. He died to the hands of the heavenly demon religion, having his soul wiped out," said Jun Kong. Shangguan Mu'er shuddered when she heard that. She could not help but tremble violently. A smear of paleness appeared on her beautiful face. After a moment of silence, she murmured with a trembling voice, "Impossible, impossible. It's impossible for him to be dead. This news must be fake." Chapter 2153. It can't be, it can't be. It can't be true. Shangguan Mu'er shook her head gently. She was completely dejected as undisguised sorrow filled her face. Although she did not really believe Jun Kong's news, she could not help but think about how Jianshan had gone missing during the battle between the divine kingdom of Pingtian and the heavenly demon religion in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. The battle had been extremely intense. Even the peak divine king experts of the divine kingdom of Pingtian had died. If Jianshan had encountered an attack from a divine king with his strength as an overgod, he would have been in danger of dying. Almost instinctively, Shangguan Mu'er believed that Jianshan had probably gone missing during the battle between the divine kingdom of Pingtian and the heavenly demon religion. Shangguan Mu closed her eyes in pain as heavy sorrow radiated from her. Her emotions seemed to affect the vegetation in the surroundings. The tender grass in the surroundings seemed to have lost its luster at that moment, as if it had become gloomy. Junior Mu, you better forget about that person. Let alone the fact that he's already dead. Even if he's still alive, he's not worthy of you, Jun Kong said gently as he stood beside Shangguan Mu. His eyes were filled with tenderness. He was secretly overjoyed. He had no idea who Jianchen was, nor did he know anything about Jianchen. He had made up the news of Jianchen's death earlier, but he had never thought that it would affect Shangguan Mu so much that she basically believed it to be true. I never thought that a casual lie would leave behind the seed of Jianchen's death in Junior Mu's heart. I believe that in the future, Jianchen's status in Junior Mu's heart will decrease day by day until it's washed away by time. Yep, I need to strike while the iron is hot and leave behind my image in Junior Mu's heart. Jun Kong was secretly overjoyed. He was already thinking about how he could nurture his relationship with Junior Mu in the coming days so that she would truly have him in her heart. Shangguan Mu's beauty was supreme. Her otherworldly bearing was fatal to any regular man. Even Jun Kong, who possessed a great status in the Taoist sect of divine sound and was admired by countless female disciples, was deeply attracted to Shangguan Mu. He had fallen in love with her at first sight. Moreover, Shangguan Mu had gained the initial recognition of the zither of the demonic cry. She would inherit the third ancestor's legacy in the future, which made Jun Kong fall in love with her even more. Suddenly, Shangguan Mu's face froze. Her eyes snapped open, and her sorrow immediately vanished. An enchanting light shone from her enchanting eyes as she murmured, "No, he's not dead. He's not dead. Jianchen is still alive. I can sense something. I can clearly sense that he's somewhere far away." Shangguan Mu's voice was filled with excitement. Jun Kong's face suddenly froze when he heard that. He stared at Shangguan Mu in disbelief. Jun Kong's face immediately became ugly when he saw the excitement and joy on Shangguan Mu's face. Just a moment ago, he had planted a seed of Jianchen's death in Shangguan Mu's heart. He was just waiting for this seed to sprout so that she would completely forget about this person called Jianchen. However, he had never thought that Shangguan Mu would actually sense Jianchen vaguely from her excessive sorrow, immediately exposing his lie. At this moment, Jun Kong only felt like he was cursing inside. He did not know what to feel. So what if he's alive? He's from a different world from us after all. He's not worthy of Junior Mu at all. A nobody like him probably can't even enter our Taoist sect of divine sound, Jun Kong could not help but say. He felt deep jealousy towards the person called Jianchen, as well as hidden hatred. He continued to scoff, let alone the fact that he doesn't have the right to enter the Taoist sect of divine sound. He probably can't even come to the Skyfire Plane. The Skyfire Plane is nowhere near the Cloud Plane. Senior Jun Kong, you can look down on everyone in the world, but you can't look down on him. If you really want to talk about it, I should be the one who's not worthy of him, not the other way around. As long as he has time, I believe there's basically nothing he can't do in this world. Shangguan Mu calmed down and said coldly. He's just a mere overgod, yet Junior Mu is praising him like that. May I ask if he's managed to leave his name on the overgod's plaque? The more Shangguan Mu praised Jianchen, the deeper his hatred towards Jianchen became. The ancestor once said that being first on the Divine King's throne doesn't mean that the Divine King is invincible. Being first on the Overgod's plaque doesn't necessarily mean you're first either, because there are a few extremely impressive prodigies in the saints' world who don't care about fame and have never attempted the Overgod's plaque or the Divine King's throne, said Shangguan Mu. Afterwards, she paused and glanced at Jun Kong slightly before continuing. However, with Jianchen's talent, I believe he'll definitely be able to make it into the top 10 of the Divine King's throne once he reaches the peak of the Divine King's throne. Jun Kong's face sank. He was a supreme divine king on the divine king's throne. Although he ranked towards the back, he was proud of this. Now, the Shangguan Mu he had admired for a very long time had described the man she constantly thought about as someone who could make it into the top 10 of the divine king's throne right in front of him. Was this not a blatant slap to his face? Jun Kong's handsome face had already darkened from anger. Anger swelled in his heart as his hatred for Jianchen reached the limit. It looks like I need to eliminate Jianchen if I want to obtain Junior Mu-er's person. Jun Kong's eyes were cold as killing intent filled his heart. Jun Kong, Mu-er, come see me quickly. At this moment, an obscure voice seemed to cross through time and space, ringing out in Shangguan Mu-er and Jun Kong's heads. Jun Kong immediately became respectful when he heard the voice, while Shangguan Mu-er's expression became mixed. She felt gratitude towards the owner of the voice, but she was also displeased. Afterwards, the two of them left, directly arriving in the depths of the Taoist sect of divine sound. They arrived in a forbidden ground that even core disciples could not set foot in. 3 figures sat in the air within a majestic divine hall in the forbidden grounds of the Taoist sect of divine sound. Among the 3 of them, the person in the middle was an old woman in her 70s with a head of white hair, while the other 2 were young men and women who seemed to be in their 30s. At that moment, the 3 of them had concealed their presences, causing them to seem extremely ordinary on the surface. They were like ordinary mortals. Disciple Jun Kong greets Master. Disciple Shangguan Mu-er greets the 3 ancestors. Shangguan Mu-er and Jun Kong stood below politely as they bowed towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them were 3 of the 4 ancestors of the Taoist sect of divine sound. They were the peak force of the Taoist sect of divine sound. The 3 ancestors of the Taoist sect of divine sound all looked at Shangguan Mu-er eagerly. Not only did the 3 of them place great hopes on Shangguan Mu-er, but even the wind ancestor, who had been in seclusion for a long time in an attempt to break through the final bottleneck, held extremely high hopes as well. This was because Shangguan Mu-er had already gained the initial recognition of the zither of the demonic cry. If nothing went wrong, she would be the successor chosen by the 3rd ancestor. Mu-er, is the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry showing any signs of awakening? At this moment the old woman asked. Her gaze was gentle, and her voice was filled with concern. Shangguan Mu-er shook her head gently. Ancestor, the zither of the demonic cry remains the same. The old woman nodded lightly and said, the zither of the demonic cry is too heavily damaged. Although it looks undamaged from the outside, the artifact spirit has fallen into a deep slumber. It will not be easy to awaken the artifact spirit. Moreover, even if the artifact spirit awakens, it will be difficult for it to return to its peak condition in a short amount of time. Chapter 2154. The young man who seemed to be in his 30s said, Our Taoist sect of divine sound was once renowned throughout the saints' world because of the 3rd ancestor. However, after the 3rd ancestor's death, our Taoist sect of divine sound declined. Our current status is not even 10 or 20% of what it was in the past. Mu-er, your appearance has brought hope to our Taoist sect of divine sound, allowing us to see the day when our Taoist sect of divine sound becomes renowned in the saints' world again. All of this is because you have obtained the 3rd ancestor's legacy. However, if you want to inherit the 3rd ancestor's legacy completely, the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry needs to be awakened. Then, you can inherit the 3rd ancestor's legacy completely from the artifact spirit. As a result, awakening the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry is of utmost importance to both you and the entire Taoist sect of divine sound. The man sighed gently when he reached there. He said helplessly, It's just that our Taoist sect of divine sound doesn't have anything that can awaken the artifact spirit of the zither of the demonic cry. The only method we can think of right now is to go to the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Mu-er, the 3rd ancestor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace, the woman who seemed to be in her 30s, looked at Shangguan Mu and said, "The Tsang Poseidon Palace opens once every 10,000 years, and right now, it just happens to be when the Tsang Poseidon Palace opens. Originally, we planned on taking you to the Tsang Poseidon Palace the next time it opens. We believe that with your talent and the full support of our Taoist sect of Divine Sound, we'll be able to raise your strength to the level of the Divine King within 10,000 years. You'll have no worries in the Tsang Poseidon Palace." However, plans can't keep up with changes. Now that the artifact spirit of the Tsang Poseidon Palace has awakened, the Tsang Poseidon Palace is about to choose a new master. As a result, this might be the last time that Tsang Poseidon Palace opens. You can't miss this opportunity. Ancestor, do you want me to go to the Tsang Poseidon Palace right now? Shangguan Mu asked. That's right. The Neptunian Divine Palace only opens for a very short amount of time each time. In order for you to make it in time, you need to use a teleportation formation that can take you across planes, Jianchen said. Afterwards, she said to the other two ancestors, "Lian Qi, Gu Na, the two of you should know just how important Mu is to our Taoist sect of Divine Sound. I'll leave the two of you to escort her to the Tsang Poseidon Palace this time. Moreover, the opening of the Tsang Poseidon Palace this time will be different from the past. There will definitely be many supreme prodigies in there. Although Mu has already reached the level of the Divine King under the nurturing of our Taoist sect of Divine Sound, there's still a huge difference between her and those supreme prodigies. As a result, we'll need Jun Kong to be responsible for Mu's safety in there." Jun Kong immediately beamed with joy when he heard that. He said in a hurry, "Please don't worry, Master and Ancestor. I'll definitely do my best to protect Junior Mu in the Tsang Poseidon Palace." Yeah. With Jun Kong, we don't need to worry too much about Mu's safety in the Tsang Poseidon Palace, said the man in his 30s. He was Lian Qi as well as Jun Kong's master. He was one of the 4 ancestors of the Taoist sect of Divine Sound. There's no time to lose. Let's set off right now. Gu Na stood up and glanced at Lian Qi warmly before the 4 of them immediately left. At the same time, in a gloomy space that never saw the light of day, the environment was extremely horrible. Swamps were everywhere, and poisonous insects roamed about. There were also abnormally powerful magical beasts and creatures of various races that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Bloody battles could be seen everywhere. At this moment, a blood-soaked young man was engaged in an intense battle with a 100-meter-tall, golden-haired, huge ape in a dense forest. Their battle was extremely intense. Every clash was like the collision of 2 huge meteors. With deafening booms, terrifying ripples of energy were kicked out. Every time they struck out, they would be accompanied by overwhelming origin energy, causing the surroundings to collapse. The huge ape was also covered in blood. Its thick, golden fur had already been dyed red. It roared out furiously as it struck out time and time again, engaging in a battle to the death with the young man. The battle lasted for several hours. In the end, the young man's sword pierced the golden ape's forehead with a strand of sword chi. Only then did the battle end. After the battle, the young man knelt on one knee as he gasped for breath. He murmured, "I never thought that the ancient great apes would be so powerful. It's just a young gold king at the same cultivation level, yet it's so difficult to deal with. I really wonder just how terrifying dark gold kings are. It's already very impressive that you can defeat a gold king of the ancient great ape. As for dark gold kings, it's impossible for you to be their opponent unless you're in the top 10 of the Divine King's throne. That's because the bloodline of dark gold kings of the ancient great apes is only second to the bloodline of warring gods." At this moment, a woman's voice rang out of nowhere, reverberating through the entire world. With that, the gloomy world that never saw the light of day suddenly began to distort violently. The entire world actually began to blur at a visible rate before disappearing in the end. It was replaced by a huge, empty space. To no surprise, the blood-soaked young man stood in the huge space. Around him was an unimaginably colossal formation. Every single inscription that made up the formation shone brightly, shining like stars. However, the pulses of energy within were so powerful that they were enough to destroy the world. Even in the saint's world, this was a formation that stood at the very peak. The gloomy world and the golden great ape from before were all conjured by the formation. Even though the world was illusory, the battle was real. As a result, the blood on the young man truly flowed from his body, and his wounds were real as well. It's just a pity that a dark gold king of the ancient great apes hasn't appeared for several million years already. The woman's voice rang out again. Her voice was filled with pity. This time, her voice was no longer vague and elusive. Instead, it rang out clearly behind the young man. A few hundred meters behind the young man, there was a woman in her 20s wearing a long red dress. She stood there silently. Although the woman seemed like a mortal without any ripples of cultivation, her temperament was extraordinary. She had a beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. The young man, whose body was covered in blood and wounds, turned to look at the woman. He chuckled and cupped his hands at the woman in red. "Greetings, 8th Senior Sister. Although you were sent up by Senior Bishing, you still haven't formally become my disciple, so you can't be considered my junior brother yet. Pack up immediately. Master wants to see you," the woman said to the young man before turning around and leaving. "Master wants to see me?" The young man blinked when he heard that. He thought to himself, "I've been here for so long, yet I've never seen Master. Let alone Master, I haven't seen a third person aside from that old man Bishing and 8th Senior Sister. Moreover, that old man Bishing can't even be called a person. He's just an artifact spirit. However, that old man Bishing always brags about how powerful Master is, yet I've never seen Master before. Now I can finally see Master with my own eyes. If Master really is as powerful as that old man Bishing says, it shouldn't be difficult for Master to send me back." Chapter 2155. Before long, the young man had changed into a clean set of clothes. He wore a snow-white robe as he muttered to himself as he followed behind the woman in red. As for his injuries, they had miraculously healed in that short amount of time. He had completely recovered. The two of them remained silent along the way. In the end, the young man arrived in a majestic hall under the woman's lead. As soon as he entered the hall, the young man's heart suddenly shuddered. He studied the hall as a sliver of sternness appeared on his face. At this moment, he felt like he had arrived in an extremely vast universe as he stood in the hall. It actually made him feel insignificant. At the same time, an invisible pressure seemed to impact his soul, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. "Disciple by Rome greets Master." At this moment, the woman in red knelt down and bowed. Her voice was filled with respect. As for the young man, as soon as he entered the hall, his mind seemed to have been taken away by the vast and majestic aura of the hall. He fell into a state of shock and absent-mindedness. Only when the woman in red's voice rang out did he suddenly come back to his senses, and he immediately looked over with rapt attention. A figure sat on a throne at the very front of the hall. He radiated with the dense light of laws, causing space to distort. As a result, it was impossible to see his true appearance. Even his body seemed blurry and hazy. This was the first thing the young man saw. Just as he was about to continue looking curiously, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his eyes, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. Soon after, as if his body was out of his control, he directly knelt down. This caused the young man to be incomparably shocked. "Disciple Ming Dong greets Master." The young man knelt on the ground with his head lowered. He no longer dared to raise his head to look at the person on the throne. He felt fear from the depths of his heart as he faced the person on the throne. Even his soul trembled. He had a strong feeling that even though his current strength was not weak, the figure sitting on the throne did not even need to make a move. Just a look was enough to destroy his body and soul. To no surprise, the young man was Ming-Dong, who had entered the 9th floor of the Anata Tower with Jianshan before being sent to the Saint's World by the projection of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. After arriving in the Saint's World, Ming-Dong understood that the reason why he had been teleported back was all because of the artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of Bisheng. Although the artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of Bisheng was in the distant Saint's World, it was connected to the projection on the 9th floor of the Anata Tower. After sensing Ming-Dong's talent, it acted on its own accord and drained the projection's power to bring Ming-Dong over from the Tian-Yuan continent. Ming-Dong, I have yet to accept you as my disciple. It's too early for you to call me master. The figure on the throne spoke. His voice seemed to have fused with all the music in the world, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female. All he could sense was an icy cold indifference. However, you do indeed possess extraordinary talent for the laws of destruction. You've comprehended the laws of destruction to such a level in such a short amount of time. You have the right to become my disciple, the figure continued. His voice was emotionless, but it was filled with supreme dignity. I, the Anata Grand Prime, formally accept you as my disciple today. Ming-Dong, are you willing to accept me as your master? Disciple is willing. Disciple Ming-Dong greets master, Ming-Dong said politely. From today onwards, you will be my 9th disciple. You will inherit my laws of destruction. Whether you can comprehend it to the limit will be up to your luck. As the Anata Grand Prime said that, he extended a finger, and a streak of light immediately shot into Ming-Dong's forehead. Ming-Dong shuddered, and he could not help but close his eyes. The streak of light contained an extremely vast amount of information. Even with the current strength of Ming-Dong's soul, he struggled to digest it all in a short amount of time. After who knew how long, Ming-Dong finally opened his eyes slowly. He looked at the hazy figure of the Anata Grand Prime and hesitated for a while before making up his mind. Master, disciple has a request. Disciple knows that master is resourceful, so I hope master can send disciple back to my original world, because disciple has a close friend who has gone through thick and thin with me. Disciple hopes to bring that brother of mine to the Saint's World as well. I hope master can fulfill my request. The brother you speak of is already in the Saint's World. If you want to find him, go to the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Bai Rong, take 9th Junior away, said the Anata Grand Prime. Yes, master, Bai Rong replied politely before leaving with Ming-Dong politely. Ming-Dong, on the other hand, became dazed. Disbelief remained on his face. He had done everything he could to return to the Tian-Yuan continent to find Jianshan, but he had never thought that he would receive the shocking news that Jianshan had already arrived in the Saint's World from his master. 8th Senior, how does master know who my brother is? And how does he know that my brother has already arrived in the Saint's World? And how does he know so clearly? Alright, what kind of place is the Tsang Poseidon Palace? Ming-Dong looked at Bai Rong in confusion after leaving the hall. Bai Rong's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, Master's level of cultivation has already reached an unbelievable level. He's the sovereign of a world, an existence akin to the laws of the world. With a single thought, he can see through the mysteries of the world and peer into the past, present, and future. It's obviously extremely simple for him to find out where your brother is. Huh? That's so powerful! In other words, across the entire Saint's World, or even the countless lower worlds, doesn't that mean Master can find someone with a single thought no matter how far away they are, even if they're separated by thousands of miniature worlds? Ming-Dong asked in shock. That's true for some weaker existences. However, if they're Grand Primes, it'll be extremely difficult for Master to find them with his abilities because experts at that level already have methods to hide their tracks, said Bai Rong. After formally becoming a disciple, Ming-Dong's status was completely different from before. Bai Rong answered all of his questions to the best of her ability. However, Ming Dong also learnt an extremely shocking piece of news from Bai Rong. 4 of the Anata Grand Prime's 9 disciples were already dead. Only his first senior sister, third senior brother, fifth senior sister, and eighth senior sister remained. Eighth senior sister, may I ask where the Tsang Poseidon Palace is? Ming Dong asked. As soon as he thought about how Jianchen was in the Tsang Poseidon Palace, he could not help but become excited. He wanted to see Jianchen immediately.